Yeah. When you get to where I'm at, you gotta remind them where the you at.
Let me put the black community on notice about how I run my platform. I operate under what I call the rule of 10. 3 people for, 3 people against, and 4 people undecided. My primary goal is to focus on the 3 who are for, and I also speak directly to the 4 who are undecided. If I can get them to acknowledge and accept the truth about black men, that's progress. But if the undecided choose not to see the truth after I've laid out the facts, they'll be blocked just like the 3 who were against from the start. Why? Because my mental health is non-negotiable. I worked hard on my mental well-being after serving 20 years in the world's greatest Air Force, and I'm not sacrificing it for social media arguments. This is also my way of protecting the ethnic image of black men. You won't see me going back and forth with women, or men for that matter, when I've already presented the verified statistics. And if you use anecdotal stories to smear black men, you will be blocked. If you are black men spreading falsehoods about your own brothers, you will be held to an even higher standard, and then you will be blocked. If you are a black man who fails to tell the truth about black men and the black community, you are an embarrassment to the community. You are not my brother. Now, to black women, I understand. False narratives about black men have been fed to you for decades, so I expect the resistance. I expect the insults, the sign language, the deflections. But if you fail to acknowledge the truth about your male counterparts and decide to label me as someone who hates black women, get the hell off my platform. For starters, I'm married to a black woman. I have a black daughter, and I've spent years speaking directly to black women, trying to give honest, helpful insight. So even if you all attempted to label me as something that I'm not, your opinions hold no weight over here. And let me also make this clear. I am not an incel. I am not red pill. I am not a part of the manosphere, passport bros, or black pill. And this is no disrespect to the black men that are, but I want everyone to understand that I am my own entity. But I will do my best to protect the choices and paths that black men decide to take. And if that involves the aforementioned groups, I will intelligently do so. And if you thought that the Medium Man platform was ran by an uneducated, bitter black man, let me burst your bubble. I have 4 degrees, master's in public health, bachelor's in nutrition science, and 2 associate's degrees in public health technology and in criminal justice. I spent 14 years as a public health professional, special operations air advisor, and a senior public health analyst for 5 years. So no, you can't push me into a lazy box just because the stats don't fit your feelings. Respect the facts, or you will not be here. And don't celebrate, because none of what I said should be considered as an attempt to make you like me. And to be perfectly clear, I don't give a but I will represent as one of those married, educated, in shape, and successful black men that the black community doesn't think exists because I'm not a rapper, athlete, or entertainer, which is actually the deeper issue. In our community, respect for black men isn't given. It's withheld until we prove ourselves over and over again. Our accomplishments are rarely embraced at face value. Instead, we're forced to carry the burden of validation before we even get recognition. For that reason, and for that reason alone, confidence in black men is treated as arrogance, and pride in ourselves is painted as a threat. But the truth is, this conditioning exists to keep us from ever standing firm in who we are. And I refuse to accept that. Confidence isn't something that we should apologize for. It's the foundation of legacy, progress, and leadership. And if you as a black person has a problem with that, you can go yourselves. Oh, and God bless.
should be here beneath me, to feel me, to heal me. You should be here to wrap me, trap me, and climb me. You should be here. I'm a good man and I work hard on my night job. Let me show you what you're missing every day. Cause once I get you, you ain't never gonna walk away. See, I got more than just a big stick and some money. Oh, you should stay with me, babe. Hey, hey, babe. Said I really want you, babe. Said I really want you, babe. Said I really... Start my day up on the roof. There's nothing like this type of view. Point the clicker at the tube. Oh, I prefer expensive news. New car, new girl, new ice, new glass, yeah. New watch, good times, babe. She washed my back 3 times a day. This shower head feels so amazing. We'll both be high. The help don't stand. They just walk by. They must don't care. So settle for my love. Settle for my kids. Settle for my love. Settle for my love. Yeah. That you'll never miss. Settle for my love. Settle for my kids. Oh, just settle for my love. That you'll never miss. just wanna stimulate your mind. Inside, I wanna know what's inside.
What's going on? Welcome back to another Medium Man Live. Man, we may be here for a while. Black women are very complex. They are not a monolith, man. Hopefully we can dispel that narrative on today's live stream. So just like we did for the black men, we had to do the black women a little bit different. And there is many different archetypes that I learned that black women fall into. So I'm going to give an explanation prior to getting into the black women archetypes. But since, like I said last time on the last live stream for the guys, the archetypes were for black men to learn their strengths, weaknesses, areas of improvement, solutions, right? Same thing applies for the black women who fit into these particular categories. And no, you may not fit in just one. You may fit into 5. I've learned so much about the different archetypes that black women have based off of how many did I get last time for black men? I think I had 16. Black women, I had 18, and I had to cut those down. Some of them I had to combine because black women are so complex. Hopefully, the black women who watch my live streams, they will learn some things about themselves and how men view you. That's the key thing. And I want to keep saying that because I know how, women can take these types of live streams and they'll say, oh man, that's not how I feel about myself. If you are a woman who has not decentered men, if you are a woman who wants to get married to a man and you have a particular interest towards black men, then you need to listen to this live stream. I don't give a damn about how you feel about yourself. This is not the type of live stream for that. You're supposed to have self-esteem. Everybody's supposed to have self-esteem. However, how men, particularly black men, view these types of archetypes on the dating market. If that's you, take the information, digest it, and make changes if need be. If you don't want to make changes for the said black men that you want, perfectly fine. Okay? You are great just the way you are in your own mind. However, on the dating market, this is how single black men view certain characteristics of black women. So again, this is not the channel where I'm going to sit here and, coddle your feelings, or I'm going to say, well, not all. We're not doing that. I don't give a damn about none of that. All right. You know how my channel was ran. I'm very logical over here. I did my research. I actually got some information from the black women themselves that we're going to share here today. But you guys will definitely enjoy this live stream. I put in so much work to get this live stream up and running. If you guys don't know, ChatGPT and the Zora app, they only allow you to download so many videos. So to string these videos together, make scripts for them, and then put them together in the way that you guys can understand the actual archetype, it was very taxing, but it's definitely worth it. I'm going to clip every video up individually. Some may coincide together, but you guys will definitely love this live stream. So guys, stay tuned. Ladies, man, hopefully you guys learned something. I do this for you guys because it was requested and it was something that I had on the table for a while. So I'm definitely glad that I was able to do this for you guys for black women. So yeah, you guys will definitely enjoy it. So thank you for being here. We already got 57 folks in the building. I know it's been a while. Your boy been traveling. I took my wife to the Raptors Lakers game. We got a great win. So hey, I told y'all, man, if I'm not working, we out here doing this grown people stuff. You know what I'm saying? We travel in this world. She travels with me when I have to go to work occasions. Hey, man, it's a lovely life over here, so I'm not even going to complain, man. Blessings to you guys in the chat. I enjoy you guys, man. Thank you for being here. I already see some super chats. Thank you. Appreciate that. So let me get to those before we even get into the more taxing measures. So we got Jay in the building. We got Jay became a new member. He had already put in his membership before the show even started, man. So thank you for being here. Greatly appreciate it. Make sure you maintain it. You are currently the show sponsor along with, we got Brendan Lavelle. What up, though? $5 Bomb said, what's going on, Media Man? By the time you finish doing your thing, you would have eliminated all the excuses for not improving. You bring great value. Absolutely, man. Salute to you and blessings to you. Thank you for that message. And that's what I'm trying to do, man. You don't, like I said, Brendan, you don't have to change. It's just certain things that you may want to look at. We all had to do it. I told y'all In the Air Force, we go by CPI, continuous process improvement. Just like my current career today, and when I was in the military, we get evaluated throughout the year. So if we don't produce or we don't improve on last year's, accomplishments, then we still got work to do. And that's how everybody should be looking at, today's, I guess, climate. You got to start trying to improve. So you don't have to do anything. So I don't want anybody to take these live streams as I'm such a know-it-all, but I do my research. And I'm also a great listener. Okay. I learned how to follow first, and then I became a leader. All right. So with me listening, doing my research, I think I did a good job on this live stream. You guys will definitely enjoy it. We have a bunch to cover. So I'm here. When I do a live stream from now on, it may take, 2 weeks to get together, but it will be worth it. You're going to learn something. I promise you. And it's going to be entertaining. So thank you, Brendan. And we got Air Force Reek in the building with the $5 bomb. He says, salute media men and chat. What up, though? Good to see you here. As always, Air Force Reek always gives good feedback on these types of live streams. So I'm relying heavily on the single black men in the chat. And, of course, we got women watching. Yes, there are a lot of black men who are black women who don't comment. They seen the advertisement for the show, and they're going to be, I guess y'all call it ninja watching. Okay, ninjet watching. So make sure you give good feedback. Don't let your biases overtake what's going on the live stream. You know how I feel about that. If somebody comes in there talking mess about black men, they got to go. If you're a black man and you talking shit about black women, you got to go. Same applies here. Be respectful. We are distinguished gentlemen over here, and we are ladies in the chat. They are ladies in the chat. Ladies are present, okay? Just making that clear. Let's see here. And did we get out of super chats? Cool. What's going on with my glasses? Hold on. All right. There we go. Now I can see a little better. There's a little bit of blurriness going on there. So do I have any announcements other than the Lakers getting that big win in Denver? And I don't want to hear nothing about people in Denver saying Jokic didn't play. We didn't have Austin Reeves. So, hey, and then Ayton went out in the second half because he got poked in the eye. Pause. But we ended up getting that win. So it was good to see. Denver, the Nuggets have been the bane of our, they have been our kryptonite in the most recent years. But we did split the series last year, so it was good to see us get one win early this season. So, yeah, so shout out to the Lakers. Y'all know I'm going to say something about the Lakers. Oh, and shout out to Indiana University, man. Who would have thought? I wonder if there was anybody that put any money on Indiana University going undefeated and winning the college football championship. I would have never thought. And what's funny, I actually went to school at Indiana University for a particular epidemiology and biostatistics course back in 2021. It was a part of what did I have to get that for? Our accreditation. So I went there, got the certification, man, and came on back. Beautiful campus. I would have never thought, but yeah, so shout out to them, man, and their quarterback. He may be the new Raiders quarterback. Who knows? So we'll see. So yeah, that was crazy. Let's see here. And we got a High Lion. What up, though, with the 199 bomb? Appreciate you, brother. Good to see you here. 55 folks in the building for this monumentous live stream. Man, this is going to be good. But before we get into the fun stuff, I was going to take care of some business. As I was doing my research for this live stream, I came across a lot of conversations that people were having in regards to the Black community. And one of the biggest issues that I have with the Black community is when we have these open discussions about us, we always apply everything to the Black community as a whole. If you are familiar with my channel, I despise that. I despise Black people who go on panel shows and say the Black community as a whole. And I'm like, what do you mean the Black community as a whole? It makes no sense. So we're going to get to that point in regards to the subset fallacy of why blaming the Black community is mathematically wrong. And I have some overlays that I want to speak to, and I want to show you guys specifically why blaming the whole Black community is a fallacy. It's false. You got to take that out of your system, okay? Because when we talk about any other issue in America, we never say all of this or all of that. It only applies to the Black community. And I'm always like, wonder why that is. And it's because of these, this propaganda and these narratives that we as Black people continue to push. The society gets a hold of it, and now they get a chance to push this stuff. Okay, so I want you guys to pay attention, and hopefully you learn something with this one. But like I said, I want to start here. You guys know, hey man, I always got to start with some sort of PowerPoint type of situation, but that's not. I'm not going to do death by PowerPoint for you guys, but I do want to speak to this. So let me start by saying something that needs to be said clearly and without emotion. When Black people talk about the Black community, they almost never talk about the whole Black community, okay? They talk about the worst outcomes. They talk about the loudest dysfunction. We tend to talk about the most extreme statistics. And then most people in the Black community, they do something very dishonest. They'll take a small subset of Black people and treat it as if it represents every Black person. I despise that. And that's how we end up hearing phrases like Black culture is a problem, or the Black community is broken, the Black community as a whole. So before we even talk about crime or prison or child deletion or fatherhood, we need one specific rule, okay? And here's the rule that I'm gonna, let me get into it, because we got to talk about subsets in the community. But let's start here, okay? I got that on there. Okay, cool. So here's the rule I'm applying to everything that you're about to see. You always start with the total population, and then you measure how many people are actually involved in that particular outcome. And I'm specifically talking to the Black community. I'm not talking about vibes, not anecdotes, not social media clips, numbers, context, perspective. Okay? If you skip that step, you're not doing analysis. You're doing collective blame. All right? Lord. So let's take a look at this. So let's start where people always start. Okay? Prison. The United States has about 340 million people living in it. At any given time, roughly 1.9 million people are incarcerated. Yes, that's too many. Yes, the U.S. leads the world in incarceration. But here's what people leave out. Over 99% of Americans are not incarcerated at any given moment. Now, let's narrow this to Black Americans. There are about 47 million Black people in the United States. That includes infants, teenagers, adults, and the elderly. Roughly 700 to 750,000 Black Americans are incarcerated at a time. That's about 1.5%. Okay? Which means over 98% of Black people are not incarcerated. So when someone says the Black community is locked up, they're not telling the truth. They're describing a subset, not a community, not the Black community. Make sense? Okay. Sheesh. My goodness. So let's start here. Let's talk about the most emotionally charged statistic of all: deletion. In a typical year, the United States roughly records about 18 to 22,000 deletions out of 340 million people. That already tells you something. Deletion is rare, even in a violent society. Now, yes, Black Americans are disproportionately represented among homicide victims. In many years, about half of deletion victims are Black. So let's say 10,000 Black deletions victims a year. I think that's fair, right? That's tragic, but that's fair. But do the math. 10,000 out of 47 million is about 0.02% a year. That means 98 to 99% of Black Americans are neither victims nor perpetrators in any given year. Violence is concentrated in specific cities, specific neighborhoods, and among very small social networks. Talking to you, Black community, it starts with us. A tragedy is not a Black trait. Let me say that again. A tragedy is not a Black trait. The Black community and Black people are not inherently dangerous, as people like to paint. Make sense? Moving on. And I want the women to listen up. So let's talk about the statistics most often used to attack Black women. Child deletion. Before I go any further, I want to be very clear. I'm deliberately, and I'm speaking to Black women, I'm being deliberately fair here, okay? I'm not blaming early hip hop. I'm not blaming sexual liberation. I'm not blaming anything before explicit rap went mainstream, okay? So for this analysis, I'm going to start the clock at 1996. That's when the height of Lil' Kim, Foxy Brown, and all of those salacious female rappers started to gain roots. And yes, I know there were female rappers before that. However, when it started to get very raunchy, it began in 1996. If you don't believe me, refer back to the video that I did where Lil' Kim was on. What show was that? Was that Ricky Lake, where she was discussing that? I did a video on it. So let me be clear. I'm starting at 1996 moving forward. Because if culture calls the behavior must come after the culture. The culture hit its height of female sexual liberation, Lil' Kim, in 1996. So in recent years, Black women account for roughly 30 to 40% of the child deletions, depending on the data source. Okay, you can look at the Goop Matcha report. You can look at the CDC report. So I use ranges, not exaggeration. Okay, even with that generosity, the key point is this. I was going to say it. Child deletion is an event, not an identity. Okay, the same women can be counted more than once. So when you guys hear that 239,000 Black women had child deletions in 2022 or 2023, that doesn't mean 239,000 Black women had child deletions. I want to make that very clear. And I don't think I've done that distinction yet. But what made me think about this is because I just seen this challenge going viral of these Black women getting on camera. I think they were in a car, or they must have been walking to they could have been walking to the camera. Or it was a bunch of young Black women saying, I had 3 child deletions this year. I had 2 child deletions this year. Have y'all seen this video yet? It's floating around, okay? So that made me think maybe I need to clarify to the Black community that when I count 239,000 child deletions, that doesn't mean 239,000 Black women as a whole. Because those couple of women, a couple of them had like 10 between 3 of them, okay? And those 10 are created as one event. So it goes into the pot of 239,000, okay? So, and when you put this back in the population context, the truth is very simple. The majority of Black women have never had a child deletion. Once again, a subset, not the whole, okay? Make sense? All right. Let's continue. We still going. Now let's talk about fatherhood, because this is where people get sloppy with the statistics. You'll often hear only about 44% of Black children live in 2-parent homes. That number is real, but it's a snapshot. It tells you where children live right now. It does not tell you what fathers have done over their lives. Snapshot is not lifetime reality. Timing matters in statistics. Okay? Jesus. And we're gonna continue. All right. Fatherhood is not defined by a single census year. It's defined over decades. And for some odd reason, we tend to understand that when it comes to other groups, but not the black community. In particular, not black men. Okay? These, fatherhood is defined over decades. So relationships can change. People separate, people remarry, household structure shifts. That doesn't automatically mean fathers disengage. And for some odd reason, again, every time the black community has these conversations, they make it seem like black men abandon their kids no matter what position that they're in. If they get remarried, if they join the military, if they become single, then that means that they're an absent father. No, okay? If you confuse a point in time, a point in time statistic with a lifetime role, you will always misread black fatherhood. Okay? Josh, oh my God. Who is this? Let me get you up out of here. All right. Sorry for the interruption. Somebody was spamming, I guess. That's what you call it. Okay. Now, let's look at lifetime data. Among black fathers, about 55% live with all of their children. According to the Bowling Green State University co-residential fathers report. You guys can find this information for yourselves. And of course, I'm going to link it into the description when I clip this up. About 18% live with some of their children. About 26% live with none of their children, okay? And let's not forget, only 46% of black men have ever fathered a child, okay? So, knowing that, this means that most black fathers have lived with their children at some point. Divorce, separation, and repartnering change household structure, but they do not automatically erase fatherhood. Household change is not fatherhood absence. Okay? Lord. Uh-oh. I got that one. And I'm going to leave this right here. Okay. All right, we good. Cool. All right. Now, I want you guys to step back and look at the pattern. Incarceration, homicide, abortion, or child deletion, and fatherhood. Every single time the same mistake is made. A minority outcome is used to define millions of black people. That is not accountability. That is collective guilt. The black community is not its worst statistics, okay? Black culture is not its worst statistics. Negative outcomes do exist, but they are concentrated, not cultural. We have to get that through our head. It's not cultural. So when you say the black culture needs to be dismantled, that's stupid, okay? If we want real solutions, we need precision, not stereotypes. Black men, you should be very aware of this, okay? And it's time we stop blaming everyone for what only a few people do. If we can do that as a collective in the black community, we will be better off. But now all we see is each other at its worst. Black men pointing to black women saying, you guys have all the child deletions without proper context. Black men don't raise their kids. These are the things that the black community ping pongs back and forth against each other. Why are we doing this when the statistics are there? We have the research, we have the minds. I mean, speaking for black women specifically, black women always talking about the degrees. Why y'all not using them when it comes to these statistics? Black men, you guys know that you have the most STEM degrees in the black community. Why aren't you using it for these statistics? Make sense? So we're all at fault. But we also have the power to correct this shit. So let's do it. All right? Damn. Let me get this out of here. My goodness. I know that was kind of heavy, beginning the live stream. But God, dog, man, I mean, where's the education? You know what I'm saying? We gonna sit here and rumble with each other on social media about 50-50, all this dumb shit. That's what we want to do all day. Makes no sense, man. Lord. Sheesh. All right, let me get these super chats. My bad, y'all. I had to get that out the way. That was brewing for a while. Okay, HVAC man, what up though? $5 bomb said there's near 50 million FBA that are free. Only 740,000, 1.2 million are in prison. Yeah, man. And I try and discuss that all the time, but people don't be listening. So thank you for the super chat. Said, truth be told, what up though? 199 bomb said, good to see you, brother. Good to see you here, man. Thank you for the super chat. Good to see you here. You guys definitely gonna enjoy this live stream. Hopefully you enjoyed that. I know sometimes, we have to get very analytical on here. And honestly, if I had my way, if I could make money off of it, I would sit here and teach all day. That's what I do on my at my job. So I mean, I love doing that type of stuff. So y'all, I mean, hell, I put together a whole statistics course and y'all watched it. So thank you. I greatly appreciate it. Let's see. LJ, what up though? He's been a member for 5 months. Thank you, brother. Said Medium Man agreed. We need precision, not stereotypes. Absolutely, man. I always have a hard time saying precision. I'll be trying to say it too proper, I guess. Y'all smarter than me. You college students, LJ. Yeah. So don't throw out the whole black culture because of a few. I just never understood that the black culture has done so much for me and my growth. I wouldn't want to be nothing but black. Man, I love the skin I'm in, man. I love black people. So y'all know that. So not throwing out the black culture, man, at all. So yeah, okay. Now we get to have a little bit of fun. And man, if Judge Greg Mathis wasn't copyrighted, then I would have wanted to play this with the full video. But it's still going to serve its purpose because I want to show you guys something to black women. I want y'all to pay attention to this as well because I'm going to speak to this after we listen to this foolery. The premise, matter of fact, do I even want to say the premise? Yeah, I'll go ahead and say the premise. Okay, the defendant, you'll see her, or you see him. He, matter of fact, let me pump my brakes. We're going to just watch the video, and I want you guys to listen. I think the first minute, I have a couple clips in there where you get to see what the people look like. But after that, I have an overlay so it doesn't get flagged, okay? But I want you guys to listen to what's going on here. And I'll point out some things for you as well. This is going to be a warm-up. This is going to be fun, man. I can't wait. I cannot wait. All right, this is Judge Greg Mathis. And the title of this episode is called Scrubs. Okay, Scrubs. Y'all know where it's going. All right, let me get this. Here we go. Fair use.
Richardson dated the defendant, and she claims while she was pregnant with his child, the defendant cheated on her with his witness.
So y'all heard that. While she was pregnant, the defendant cheated on her with his current girlfriend. So when she was pregnant, remember that. Okay, and she's suing for $4,620. Here we go.
Markia is suing her ex for unpaid rent, a security deposit, and damaged property.
I didn't know you could sue for that. She's suing him for unpaid rent. Remember that. And the dude is laughing. So every time rent due, he start an argument and then he run off. But y'all know damn well none of that shit was required for him to be living with this woman. None of that was required. You know what was required? Weenie. And he was happy to oblige. And she was happy to accept as long as she could control him and he stayed with her. But since she found out that he's cheating, now it's a problem. Now you need to pay rent. Now I'm going to sue your ass. But none of that shit was required when he was sneaking in. We know the game. Okay, let's continue. Here we go. And this is where Judge Mathis, I know he's a judge, but he understands what the game is. There was never an agreement for him to pay rent. We know how this go. He was only there to supply Weenie because she works hard. She got kids, got pregnant by him. She never told this man, hey, man, we're going to be living together. You need to, kick in on this rent. He's telling the truth, but Judge Mathis has to do his job because it's like, yo, you living in this woman's house, so you a scrub. You ain't helping her pay no rent because it wasn't required. Okay, let's continue. Brother was having hard times. He said we was never in a relationship. Judge asked him, you had sex with her? Absolutely. What that sound like? You see where we going with this? This is not... Black women, I hate to say this, y'all are not tricked. I refuse to believe with all these goddamn degrees that y'all got, that you say that you have, you getting tricked by a dude like this. You got tricked into thinking that this guy was going to help you out with rent when he was already on hard times? Ah, yeah. Here we go. Yes. Yes. She wanted him to move in because she wanted free Weenie. That's what it is. Go back and watch. Go watch Boys in the Hood. Where Dope Boy was, man, he's talking about Ricky. Ricky got all the perks. He got in-house cookie. You know what I'm saying? That's how she saw him. In-house Weenie running around. Yes, Judge. That's all that was required. That woman wouldn't think about no damn rent until that dude ran off. Yes. Yes. Now, black men, we always get held accountable. And no, what this dude is doing is absolutely wrong. Okay? I actually agree with Judge Mathis. Okay, but the problem is that when we look at a situation like this, we always focus on the black man. But nobody is focusing on this black woman who, mind you, already had children. She bringing some strange man who is not helping with the bills into her house, ends up getting pregnant by a jobless man who has never paid a single bill in the household, and nobody holds her accountable. All we see as black men who grew up in this community is that man is a scrub because he took advantage of this woman. Really? You really think that man took advantage of this woman? No. She didn't have a problem with him staying in her house as long as he was, staying with her. Free Weenie. But once the Weenie ran off, she got a problem. Now we in Judge Mathis court. You know what I'm saying? We know the game. And hold on. And again, ladies, some people will only do what you allow. You allowed that man to come into your house and not pay a bill. So you better be glad Judge Mathis is kind of being on your side right now and not placing accountability on you. But I'm going to tell you, you lucky, okay? Because you are not tricked. People only do what you allow. If you allow a man to stay with you without helping with the bills, you did that, okay? So don't expect him to be the moral compass and be like, no, sister, even though I ain't got nothing, I'm broke, I'm dusty, I you know what I'm saying, I'm homeless, I'm not gonna come stay with you. Why would he pass that up? He get free room and board, he get in-house cookie, you know what I'm saying, for free, and ain't got to do nothing. Why would this destitute man pass that up? Lord, here we go.
Thank you.
And
I understand.
All those months. How often did you work?
She clapping like, yeah, thank you, lady. You are that's your level. You are a scrubette. You're a scrubette. Don't clap loud. And stop. This lady, she pissing me off. She's about, thank you, Your Honor. You know damn well you didn't expect that man to pay no bills as long as he stayed in pocket. Remember, like we talked about, guys, a lot of women, they will take on these types of men as long as they can control them. That man don't require her to be better. None of that. This woman didn't even have lights on when they first moved into the house. Do you think he cared? No. She was willing to accept that as long as she had him in her pocket. Once he got out of pocket, now it's a problem. You see? Man. This man, This dude held up a piece of paper and was like, yeah, this is a bill. I'm thinking that it's a bill that he paid. This dude brought an actual bill that is not paid to court and acting like that's some sort of proof that he helped out. And that's a an invoice slip for Weenie. Then you how you gonna bring an unpaid bill to court as evidence, brother? Jesus. Yo.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're the worst.
Yes.
You're the worst.
Yes.
Tell me about
Look at her. You listen to her. Yes, scrubhead.
It's been horrible.
You're suing him for.
So this isn't the first house that
Wait, no. But wait, it don't get worse. It's gonna get worse. You heard what she just said. This ain't the first house. Listen to what happened. And then y'all gonna really be pissed off at this woman. Hold on, listen. This woman picked up and moved to Texas. Somehow, some way, this dude was able to swindle his way into her house again after she moved to a completely different state. Who's at fault? Did she get swindled? How does this happen? How you pick up and move and this dude grabs his stick and sack and somehow finds you in Texas? I need a place to stay again, baby. And then you like, oh, come on in. This is the worst. To end cause here. She ends up getting rewarded. For all the foolery that she did, she just got rewarded with $4,600 because of the decisions that she made. And this is the problem. That's why a lot of black women have a hard time taking accountability, because somebody, a black man, is always going to pull them out of it. That's sad. She know damn well that she did not require that man to pay no bills. But for some odd reason, she got mad because he got a new woman, and now she want to be spiteful. Let me get this money back. This is the worst. There it is. Man, shout out to Judge Mathis, but we just talked about this. I think I still have the clip up. Let's listen to this homosexual again.
Yeah, I'm the homosexual, play it by ear black man. I don't move on schedules or long-term plans. I adapt. I stay light, stay available, and I figure things out as I go. I'm always around, always present, and I know how to fit into a woman's life when she lets me. Sometimes it's a couch tonight, sometimes it's a guest room.
My strengths are charm and availability. I'm attentive, intuitive, and emotionally engaging. I have time, I listen, and I know how to create chemistry. Money-wise, it's unstable. Hustles, side work, sometimes nothing consistent, but I bring energy, attention.
No structure, no real trajectory. I avoid responsibility and long-term planning. What gets me access early becomes the reason things fall apart later. When expectations change, I don't. And that creates resentment.
What I need to improve is independence, steady income, my own place, real direction. Without structure, charm fades. The women I attract are often in transition, craving connection more than stability. If I don't build a plan, I don't just lose relationships.
Let's stop it right there, man. Hey, we just talked about this, put out a whole video. These women are not tricked. They do this shit on purpose. And like I said, it was a shock to me that you could sue somebody for a situationship. So I guess that's something homosexuals need to be mindful of, because hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, right? That woman mad. You know what I'm saying? But if that dude would have never left, he would still be living in that house, in the second house in Texas. So it's just funny to me that she could move completely different states and he finds his way back into her bedroom. All right, it's crazy, ain't it? Free weenie. All right. Pause. I just want to show y'all that, man. Some proof, some real-time proof, man. Jesus. Let me see here. Who is this? I am Waffles. What up, though? $2 bomb said, where can I find your statistics course? It's on the page. I think I'll clip it in here. It's on my page. I think it's like maybe 40 minutes. We spent a lot of time on that, but it's on my page. I'll clip it in there. Thank you. Let's see. Q to 01, $2 bomb said, babies out here jumping in the womb and carrying on. Yeah, just happen to be jumping in, you know. Oh, I got that one. Okay, let's see here. Dante Bryant, $5 bomb said, Brother Double M, what up though? Peace and blessings. I said, I like that new intro. Also, you smoke crack. Yeah, you smoke crack, don't you? Jump. And then HVAC man, $2 bomb said, he trash, she is the garbage truck. Yeah, man, she is the garbage truck. That's a perfect way to put it. Call that dude a scrub. She is scrubette. Dante Bryan, $2 bomb said, an invoice slip for weenie is diabolical. I mean, it's holding up. You see what I got here, Judge? This is how many times I gave her the weenie. Yeah. Oh, this is so funny. Dante Bryant, $2 bomb. Say, yeah, but the patriarchy, though. Yeah, man, it's always something. We always get involved in something. HVAC man, $5 bomb said, black men stop being bailouts. These birds will never learn unless you stop, man. We try to tell them. Edwards Reek, $5 bomb said, you're a scrubette. Has some people put on a t-shirt. Yeah, we got to make a t-shirt out of that. And then HVAC man, $5 bomb said, and this goes for all races of women too. Get y'all self-esteem up and quit being nice to black women who would never give you the time of day. Absolutely, man. All right. So that thing, I got all of them. Okay, cool. We in there. All right. So now let's get to the fun stuff. While y'all all here, let me cue everything up. Bang. Man, this is gonna be so fun. It's so much fun, man. All right. But before I know we got a lot of black women. We got 131 folks in the building already. But of course, I gotta talk to the black women before we get to this live stream, just like I talked to the black men. Okay, so let me go ahead and explain. Before we even get into the archetypes, I need to make something very clear up front. Just like I said when I broke down the male archetypes, you are not limited to one box. You might see yourself in 2 archetypes, maybe 3, maybe several parts. That's normal. Human beings are layered. Okay, ladies? The purpose of this conversation is not to label you. It's to help you identify patterns. Patterns in behavior, patterns in dating outcomes, patterns in strengths, weaknesses, and challenges, okay? Because once you're aware of the pattern, you can actually correct it. Awareness is the first step, but awareness without action is just self-comfort, okay, ladies? I know y'all practice self-love and shit, but you're going to get some real truth over here, all right? So now, I want to be very clear about something else too, because people love to get emotional before they listen. This is not about shaming black women. This is not about hating black women. This is not about blaming black women or saying black women are the problem. This is about something much simpler. Accountability, okay? At some point, accountability became optional in modern dating conversations, and especially when it comes to black women. Accountability gets treated like an attack, and it's not, okay? Your life is your responsibility. Your dating outcomes are your responsibility. Your relationship history is your responsibility. That doesn't mean men are perfect. That doesn't mean men won't lie, cheat, or waste time. But what it does mean is this: you cannot blame all men for your repeated decisions with men, okay? At some point, patterns stop being bad luck and start being choices, okay? If you choose certain men repeatedly, that was a choice. If you ignore red flags repeatedly, that was your choice. If you stayed when you should have left, that was your choice, okay? And growth begins when you stop outsourcing blame and start owning your decisions. So let me give a very practical example of this. If you are a heavily tattooed, if you are heavily tattooed, that is not something men did to you. You didn't wake up one day and society forced tattoos on your body. You made that decision for yourself, and that's fine. As long as you're honest about the trade-offs, you good. A lot of men do not prefer heavily tattooed women. That's not misogyny. That's just simply preference, okay? Just like women have preferences for height, income, and a man's level of masculinity for some odd reason. So if you made choices that reduce your dating pool, the solution isn't to shame men for their preferences, it's to adjust your expectations. Or lean fully into the lifestyle you chose and accept the type of men that your lifestyle attracts. Simple. That's adulthood, all right? What I want Black women to do during this live is very simple. If an archetype applies to you, write it down, okay? If a critique applies to you, sit with it. If a pattern sounds familiar, own it. Because once you see it, you can fix it. And here's the thing I want you to understand. Accountability is not punishment. Accountability is actually power, okay? The moment you take responsibility, you take control. The moment you stop blaming men, society, or the past, you regain agency over your what? Future, okay? So as I go through these archetypes, don't get defensive. Don't argue in the comments. Don't try to find exceptions. Ask yourself one question only. Does any part of this apply to me? And if it does, what am I going to do differently? That's how growth starts, okay? Now, let's get into the archetypes. Hopefully I explain myself and we can move forward. Always got to give a disclaimer. I love Black women so much, but yeah, man, but I don't do that. I work in this field and that's not me. Yeah. Oh, is that Mona in here? I'm sorry, Mona. Thank you, Mona, for being here. My apologies. Mona in the building, our head moderator. Thank you. I don't want to hear it. I got these tattoos and I got a millionaire and he ain't got no tattoos. Lady, ma'am, you are the exception, okay? That's perfectly fine. I know it's going to come. Oh, man. Let's see here. We got Casual Economist with a $20 bond. Sugar-free before we start. It's a perfect segue. Absolutely, brother. You know what it is.
You know, I just dedicate my whole rap style into just talking about a bitch bad. To where, I mean, it's a difference. You got bitches and you got women. You know what I'm saying? And I grew up dealing with a whole bunch of bitches. You know what I mean? So you develop a way to deal with them. And, you know, I like to be known for the one who really gave it to him.
Thank you, Casual Economist, man. With that, now we can actually start the show because we got Sugar Free in the building. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Casual Economist. All right. Whew. Here we go. Let me see what we got first. All right, let me see here. Oh, yeah. This is a great way to start. Yeah. Dante Brian, $2 bomb said, lady, ma'am, we want some pie. So I see you are a connoisseur of life. One of my favorite movies of all time, brother. How you know about that? Lady up, ma'am. Oh, Martin the Fool. Oh, man. Martin lost a lot of weight, man. Congratulations to him. Good to see him looking healthy, man. All right. So how this is going to go, of course, we're going to show the video first, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about it, and then I'll get some, make sure you send in your super chats. You guys did an amazing job last time. If you have any feedback, please send in a super chat. This show took a long time to curate. So, yeah, I'll definitely appreciate the support. I appreciate it, okay? But we're going to take a look at the video. I'll talk a little bit about it, and then we'll play the video once again, and then we'll go to the stat sheet, okay? So here we go. I'm so excited, man. Y'all will enjoy this. So here we go. First one coming up.
I'm the career-first Black woman. I did what I was told to do. I focused on school, then my career. I told myself love would come later. I wasn't lazy. I wasn't reckless. I was preparing for a future I believed would wait for me.
I'm disciplined, financially stable. I can take care of myself. I don't bring chaos into rooms. I plan, I build, I solve problems. In every other area of life, that works. I assumed dating worked the same way. But dating didn't reward my resume. Men didn't respond to my accomplishments the way I expected. I delayed connection while I built security. And when I looked up, the dating market had changed. Not because I failed, but because time never stops moving.
I don't need to shrink. I don't need to abandon ambition. I need integration. Building love while building success. Softness alongside strength. I align best with men who value stability, not competition. Awareness changes outcomes.
All right, the career first Black woman. As you guys can see, there are a lot of women that fall into that category. Me and Mona discussed this on the live when I was saying that there is a lot of Black women who don't fit into some sort of negative category in regards to doing, to working, having a career. They just work, okay? They got to be independent because they don't have a husband. But while they were working and cultivating their careers, they became successful. They got their money up. Nothing's really wrong with them. They just were sold a lie, so to speak. I think the Black community did a piss poor job of educating our young Black women that, hey, just because you have a career, that doesn't mean that men are going to view you any differently, especially if you lack certain things that matter to men, okay? Softness, femininity, trying to play, not trying to be the leader at some point. But these are the types of women that just have to work because they don't have a man. They don't have a hatred for Black men. They don't fall into a divestment category or none of that. They just work, okay? And there's a lot of Black women who don't have kids and they just going out there trying to make a living. And while they're in these careers, they ain't got no choice but to try and climb up the ladder because they're not married, they're not having kids, right? So they got to work. So this is that Black woman. So if you're a Black woman who falls into this category, this is for you, okay? No shaming, no nothing. You're just a woman who works, okay? That's it. So let's play it once again, and then we'll get to the stats. Where'd it go? Bing, here we go.
I'm the career first Black woman. I did what I was told to do. I focused on school, then my career. I told myself love would come later. I wasn't lazy. I wasn't reckless. I was preparing for a future I believed would wait for me.
I'm disciplined, financially stable. I can take care of myself. I don't bring chaos into rooms. I plan, I build, I solve problems. In every other area of life, that works. I assumed dating worked the same way. But dating didn't reward my resume. Men didn't respond to my accomplishments the way I expected. I delayed connection while I built security. And when I looked up, the dating market had changed. Not because I failed, but because time never stops moving.
I don't need to shrink. I don't need to abandon ambition. I need integration. Building love while building success. Softness alongside strength. I align best with men who value stability, not competition. Awareness changes outcomes.
All right, so let's get to it. Okay, we good? All right. So the career-oriented Black woman, dating archetype as seen by Black men. Strengths, she is driven, ambitious, and goal-oriented. She is financially successful and self-sustaining. She is very confident, intelligent, and articulate. All great traits. Attracted to strategy, stability, and prestige. Remember, I told you guys, about dating women in the DMV. That prestige actually matters, especially with these career-oriented women. They want a man who matches their fly, so to speak. If they are a businesswoman, they would prefer to date a businessman. That's not saying that they should limit their pool to only businessmen. However, when you have to go into these particular, galas and conferences and your significant other is supposed to be there, they would love a man that knows how to carry himself in those particular environments. Okay, that actually matters. And it also matters the title of the job that her boyfriend or husband has, because she has to tell her sorority sisters, hey, my guy works in the C-suite at such and such, or he's a lawyer. It's very rare that these women feel comfortable saying that my man picks up trash for a living. That's not to shade trash men or garbage men, the guys that pick up garbage. Absolutely not. But for these women, the title of the man's career matters because she's being judged by her friend circle. Okay? Because typically these women, they, may belong to a sorority, or they may have a circle of friends that are just as successful. Some of them are married. And if one of them drops a bomb saying that, yeah, I'm engaged to a doctor, then they feel some type of way. Not saying that they're jealous, but they understand that this woman just hit the jackpot. Make sense? Okay. Now, weaknesses. She prioritizes career achievements over relationships. Degreesha. Seen as intimidating in quotations, or unapproachable. Now, us as men, we know that when a woman says a man is intimidated by me, it's not the proper definition, okay? It just may be your personality that throws him off, and he's like, I don't want to deal with that. So no man is simply intimidated in the true sense of the word by a woman, okay? But I think the Black community latched onto that. Black women have not let go of it. This man didn't talk to me because he was intimidated by my accomplishments. It's not what happening. Maybe you need to look at how you acted towards this man, and that may be the problem. Or maybe you changed when you got this high position, and now you look down on men, and you think that's intimidation. No, they're just tired of your foolery. Simple, okay? She's also perceived as aloof, overly critical, or demanding. Yes, and when I say aloof, I'm talking about in relationships. She feels that, hey, man, you know, everything should already be done. I don't need to put in any effort sometimes. The overly critical about what you wear, you know, how your house is set up, where you live, your car. It's a lot of things that can go wrong with these career-oriented women because, again, they want a guy who matches their fly, okay? And then let's see here. Struggles to effectively balance work and dating. If you go to TikTok, you'll see a lot of women complaining about this. They'll say, hey, I got so much going on at work, I don't even have time to date. But when I want to date, then I need a man who's ready and available. So if you deal with a woman like this and you're not just as busy as her, you're going to end up falling into her schedule. That makes sense, guys? So you have to be ready for that. If you're not as busy as her, that's what I'm saying. So that's why you hear a lot of women saying, I need a man to support me or support my career. It's essentially what she's saying is you need to fit into my lifestyle, as opposed to what men think is you need to get on my program. Not with these women, okay? They have to work on that. They have a lot of work to do, all right? Let's see here. And then relationship outcomes / challenges, limited time and patience for casual or unserious men. This woman, she doesn't sneak around like that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, she is very selective. You know, with that prestige, she ain't just giving the booty away for free. Okay. And then attracts men for status, not authenticity. Like I was saying before, views traditional roles as unfulfilling or stifling. Like I said, she's gonna excuse me. What woman went viral where she was saying something like this? I think I did a video on it. I forgot who it was, but she was like, man, I need a man to get on my program. And all the guys in the chat was like, what? That's different. Yeah, because it's a career woman. You need to get on my program because I got so much going on and you just need to get in where you fit in. That's her challenge, okay? And then let's see here. So solutions and improvements, filter for self-driven, successful men who value character. Recognize vulnerability as a strength, not weakness. Balance assertiveness with nurturing and softness. That's that femininity. It's in you, ladies, especially ladies, career ladies. It's in you. You just have to relinquish it and let it go sometimes. Let it go. All right. Open to men complimenting but not competing. Okay. Now, that's where the get on my program comes into play. Okay. I need a man to get on my program. You know, you need to compliment me. But sometimes giving that up is very tough until they meet a truly masculine leader type man. Okay. And then they'll start to understand because this woman is not used to a man saying no to her. Okay. But when it's a man who she likes, she'll be more willing to accept it. And he also has the tools, and she understands that this man is accomplished enough to where he can tell me no, and I will respect it. That's why you see a lot of arguments on social media where a woman will be successful and then they're listening to this guy saying, hey, you need to submit to men. And they're looking at him and they're like, well, wait a minute. You ain't even as successful as me. So why the hell would I be listening to you? Or why would I be submitting to men if all men show up like you? I know it sounds crazy, but it happens. Until she finds a man that is at or above her self-given level, then she will, sit her ass down. Okay. It just is what it is. All right. So yeah, so that is the career-driven woman. Man. Sheesh. All right. So did we get any super chats? Oh, we good. All right. So if y'all got any feedback, let me know. But we're gonna continue rocking and rolling. Let me see here. Let's go to the next one. Now let's I'm laughing already. Let's spice it up a bit. I know it's gonna be some people offended. But we gotta do what we gotta do. Wait, hold on, I think my battery is not charging. Say my battery is not charging on my computer. Hold on. Before it shuts down, give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna be right back.
This is a man's world.
Please, allow me to show you something.
Yo, Black, run that shit back, man.
All right, we should be good to go. Man, I don't know what was going on with that. It looks like it's charging, so we should be good to go. Okay, sorry about that, man. I don't know what happened. I had to grab another charger. I'm glad I grabbed two, so I'm glad I got two now. So came in handy, man. We almost got cut off. That shit was on 7%. Sweet Christmas. All right, did I miss any super chats? All right, let's see here. Martin Muhammad, what up to 499 bomb, said a man must match her fly. This is very well said and so true. Men study and understand this because these women are competitive, including with you. Yeah, man, they will juxtapose you against their female counterparts' husbands. You know what I'm saying? So it's not something that you should be like, oh man, this is effed up. It happens. You know what I'm saying? Just like you wouldn't want to bring, a known I guess S worker to the company dinner. But yeah, some men do it and they get judged for it. But yeah, all right. So let's get to it. Back to it. Here we go. We still got 132 folks in the building. Hopefully y'all didn't leave. We just got the show started, man. We had a minor setback, but we good to go. So this one should wake everybody up. And again, no offense to the ladies that fall into these categories. This is just what men think. Wait, hold on. Jesus. Okay. All right. We should be good. That's off. All right. I'm going to stop being a perfectionist. Let's get to it. Here we go.
I work in one of what men often call the treacherous 3 careers: nursing, flight attending, or the military. Not because we're bad women, but because these jobs come with distance, long hours, and constant exposure.
I'm financially stable, self-sufficient, and capable. I can take care of myself. I earn well, I travel, I stay in shape, and I don't need a man to survive, which many men respect.
From a male perspective, my schedule raises concerns. I'm gone often, I work nights. I'm surrounded by coworkers, travel, or high-stress environments. Men don't accuse, they calculate risk.
My career can place me in the fun, not final category. Some men enjoy access without long-term intent. Others disqualify me early, not because of who I am, but because of what my lifestyle signals.
I often attract short-term interest, not stability. Distance, deployments, travel, and shift work make consistency harder.
The solution isn't shame, it's alignment. I have to date men who understand my career or share it. I need transparency, boundaries, and realistic expectations.
The treacherous 3. I did my own consensus with the men on social media, and these were the most popular career fields that came up in regards to the women that cheat the most: nurses, flight attendants, and military women. I have my experience with all 3. I would say that myself. We didn't spend too much time, having a relationship, but I will say this. I think nurses and also I want to say military were mentioned in the top career fields from that divorce lawyer that said that these are the top career fields that women cheat in. So when men, and you could probably watch this on the Pop the Balloon shows. There was a woman on today's Pop the Balloon show. As I was preparing for the show, she was hesitant to tell the lineup that she was a flight attendant because there is a stigma amongst men that if you date a flight attendant, they may have a man in this city, they may have a man in that city, and they may be sneaking in. So it's tough to call this woman a girlfriend when you know that she has all these opportunities, more opportunities to say to cheat. I mean, to be perfectly honest, if a person wants to cheat, they're going to find a 25th hour. Okay. That's what I always like to say. But these career fields have a bad, I guess it is a bad representation on the dating market from men. This has nothing to do with how great those careers are. Of course, I'm going to champion military women because I was in the military for 20 years. I retired from the Air Force. So I love military women. And you know what? Nurses too. I work in the medical career field. I deal with nurses all the time. I think they are the backbone of the hospitals. I love what nurses bring, to the clinics and the hospitals and the medical treatment facilities. And also flight attendants. They seem like they will be fun women to know because they have free travel. They have all these nice pictures and places where they get to go, so on and so forth. But me saying that has nothing to do with how single men view you guys on the dating market. Not you as a person, but your career field. And it is one of these few times where what you do definitely affects, you on the dating market. Outside, of course, the obvious, being an S worker. But these 3 career fields came up all the time among men. And you look in the chat, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's guys in there saying, yeah, that's the truth. I've never had any bad experiences with dating one of these women, but that's just what it was. It was just dating. So you would probably have to get more information from the guys that were in relationships, serious relationships with nurses, flight attendants, or military women. Okay. Well, I'm lying on that. Military women, yes, I had relationships with them, but as far as like flight attendants and nurses, no long-term thing. It was just like, convenient because I was busy, they were busy, so we would just link up when we had time. Okay, so yeah, so that's the treacherous 3, ladies. I mean, if you fall into that category, this is one of your career fields and you're a single black woman, you may be judged off of your career field. And it's not anything to, carry a disdain from men. It just is what it is. And it's not just black men, it's all men. But since we're focusing on the black community, this is what it is. Okay? All right. So let's play it again and we'll get to the stats. Treacherous 3.
I work in one of what men often call the treacherous 3 careers: nursing, flight attending, or the military. Not because we're bad women, but because these jobs come with distance, long hours, and constant exposure.
I'm financially stable, self-sufficient, and capable. I can take care of myself. I earn well, I travel, I stay in shape, and I don't need a man to survive, which many men respect.
From a male perspective, my schedule raises concerns. I'm gone often, I work nights. I'm surrounded by coworkers, travel, or high-stress environments. Men don't accuse, they calculate risk. My career can place me in the fun, not final category. Some men enjoy access without long-term intent. Others disqualify me early, not because of who I am, but because of what my lifestyle signals.
I often attract short-term interest, not stability. Distance, deployments, travel, and shift work make consistency harder.
The solution isn't shame, it's alignment. I have to date men who understand my career or share it. I need transparency, boundaries, and realistic expectations.
All right, the treacherous 3. Let's see here. Nurse, flight attendant, and military. Introduction. Here we go. This woman works in one of what men call the treacherous 3. Treacherous 3 careers: nursing, flight attendant, or the military. Not because they're bad women, but because these jobs come with distance, long hours, and constant exposure that men quietly factor into dating decisions. Their strengths: they are financially stable, very self-sufficient, and capable. They can take care of themselves. They earn well. They travel, stay in shape, and and they don't need a man to survive. Okay, which many men respect, even if they don't always pursue commitment. Perceived weaknesses: from a male perspective, again, ladies, from a male perspective, her schedule raises concerns. That's the long hours, crazy nights. You don't know what she's doing, running around. She's gone often. She works nights. She's surrounded by male coworkers, travel, and high stress environment. So especially in the military, like I remember I was talking to a guy and he said he was dating or trying to date a woman in the military, but he was out of shape. And I was like, brother, and ironically, the woman was in the Marines. So that's probably like the armed forces segment that has the most swelled and swole dudes. You know what I'm saying? So she around all these dudes working out, throwing shit around, getting ready for combat, and then yo pudgy ass gonna come and try and woo her off her feet. It's very tough, brother. Okay, you got a lot of competition out there, so you got to be mindful of that. Okay, let's see. Dating challenges: her career can place her in the fun, not final category. Some men enjoy access without long-term intent. Absolutely. Others disqualify her early, not because of who she is, but because of what her lifestyle signals to them. Ladies, solutions and improvements. The solution isn't shame, and I have to keep saying that. It's alignment. She has to date men who understand her career or actually share it, okay? And the reason why I say it, especially with the military ladies, typically you get a lot of, joint spouses or whatever. They get married together because that's somebody you can understand. I remember with my brother, he was a MTI, military training instructor, it's drill sergeant for the civilians. But he started to date women that were MTIs as well. And that's what tends to happen. If you are an MTI in the Air Force, you probably find your husband or your wife while you work in that job. It's only like 4 or 6 years, depending on how long you stay or whatever. But yeah, they tend to date within their group. Same thing for flight attendants. Seen a lot of Black women complaining about dating as a flight attendant, but you would just think the easiest thing would be to go for the pilot. But typically pilots have stay-at-home wives and shit. They will have fun with the flight attendants, but from what I've noticed, they rarely marry them. Okay. And then also for the nurses, the obvious, I guess advice somebody would say, well, why don't you date the doctors? The doctors tend to get married early, maybe in college, maybe on their way or in residency. And then you got the nurses out there. So once again, they may sneak in with you. And we all know that nursing is a popular career field amongst Black women. And it's to some detriment because sometimes y'all show too much on social media. There's been a lot of Black women got in trouble for, putting patient scripts online, showing patients half naked, One girl was twerking on top of a patient. It's all kinds of foolery. And I know that's not all nurses because I work with nurses, but when we have those ladies out there doing this type of stuff, it gives you all a black eye, especially on the dating market, okay? But again, these women are, they very successful. They got their careers going on, so yeah. So hopefully they can, find somebody that aligns. So they need transparency, boundaries, and realistic expectations up front, ladies. Tell the men what you're looking for. If you try and play this little coy role where you like, oh, I'm going to let him come to his own conclusion to see that I'm worth his time to get married. Nah, you need to be upfront and honest. I know I work in this high demand career, but I'm trying to get married. Okay, I want to add some buckaroos. If you're willing to support me once we get married and I can be a stay-at-home mom, then I'm going to do that. If not, then we're going to both work and you got to be comfortable with me traveling at all times of the night. It's a tough ask, but you got to ask, okay? Lord. All right. High mobility lives require high trust partners or different dating goals. It depends on what type of relationship dynamic you're trying to get into. That man has to have a lot of trust, especially if he's sending his wife out there on some plane every other day and he has to, you got to come home and he got to act like everything is sweet. That guy has to have a lot of trust in you. So make sure you try and do everything that you can to put this man at ease, to let him know that you ain't going nowhere or you ain't trying to sneak off somewhere. You have work to do. In these careers, ladies, you have a lot of work to do, okay? Especially if you like the guy. I'm just letting you know. All right. So do we have any nurses, flight attendants, or military women in the chat? Let us know. And what has your dating experience been like? Did I miss any super chats? Oh, we good. Okay. Yeah, Mona, some of the nurses, they do a lot, man. And what's crazy is some of those videos are actually used in training for nurses. They'll tell you, because I actually sat on some of the conferences where they showed nurses what not to do. Okay, and with all the changes that came to the career field, it's nurses are under scrutiny right now because of the women showing themselves on social media. It's an amazing job. They do so much. They are overworked, definitely overworked, but they are so valuable to the medical career field. I just hate to see this type of stuff happening to them. So, and it's not all of them, but yeah, it's tough. All right, so we got through 2. And ain't nobody crashed out. Okay. Let's see here. All right, let's get on to the next one. And make sure you send in those super chats if you got anything to add. Here we go.
The gym, going Black woman. I prioritize my health, my body, and my discipline. Fitness isn't just about looks for me. It's about control, consistency, and proving to myself that I can commit to something.
My strengths are discipline, self-respect, and structure. I'm goal-oriented, confident in my body, and I understand delayed gratification. I don't chase validation, I earn confidence through effort.
But sometimes I tie my worth too closely to my physique. I can become rigid, overly critical of myself and others, and I may underestimate emotional softness in favor of performance and aesthetics.
In dating, I attract attention easily, but not always depth. Some men see the body before the woman. Others assume I'm hyper-competitive or emotionally unavailable, even when I'm not. My growth comes from balance, keeping fitness as a foundation, not an identity. I choose men who respect my discipline, but also value emotional connection, femininity, and partnership beyond the gym.
I love the gym going Black woman. You guys already know how I feel about this, man. When Black women take the gym serious, no other women can compare. I promise you. If you go to a gym and you got predominantly white, Hispanic, and other races of women in there, they may look good. But until that one Black woman that takes the gym serious, she walks in there, curtains for everybody. Everybody looking at her. What's your regimen? And I try and stress this to Black women so much. You guys are blessed. You have amazing genetics. The stuff that you guys complain about in regards to the BMI not being for you, that's actually a positive if you lift, you do some cardio, and you eat healthy, and you start adopting a gym lifestyle. That will work to your advantage. I promise you. Black women, your weight and your muscle goes to the right places. Okay? So you can get in there, start doing some booty blasters and all types of foolery. You're already blessed, right? All you got to do is get in the gym and then get your diet right. That's one of the biggest issues that a lot of black women have. Some black women have the time to go to the gym, but when it comes to the kitchen, that's a problem, okay? You got to get that right as well. But this woman right here is very motivated. She will not, miss her protein intake. She is very structured, very regimented. This is the type of woman that can literally monetize herself on social media because of her physique. She ain't even got to do much. Just show a couple of workouts. She good to go. Okay? So if you're a guy trying to get with this type of woman, your ass better be in that damn gym too. Okay? If not, she got dudes pumping and grinding and sweating around her. And next thing you know, she done ran off. No fault to yours, but I'm just letting you know. You better be in shape. You're trying to deal with this woman right here. Okay? We got a super chat. Dante Bryan, $2 bomb said, ain't nothing like a sister that goes to the gym. Ain't nothing like it. Ain't nothing like it. And I wish they understood that. My God. Boy. Shut down the gym completely. Okay, let's get back to it. Let's get to the stats. Here we go. Here's the video once again.
The gym, going black woman. I prioritize my health, my body, and my discipline. Fitness isn't just about looks for me. It's about control, consistency, and proving to myself that I can commit to something.
My strengths are discipline, self-respect, and structure. I'm goal-oriented, confident in my body, and I understand delayed gratification. I don't chase validation, I earn confidence through effort.
But sometimes I tie my worth too closely to my physique. I can become rigid, overly critical of myself and others, and I may underestimate emotional softness in favor of performance and aesthetics.
In dating, I attract attention easily, but not always depth. Some men see the body before the woman. Others assume I'm hyper-competitive or emotionally unavailable, even when I'm not.
My growth comes from balance, keeping fitness as a foundation, not an identity. I choose men who respect my discipline, but also value emotional connection, femininity, and partnership beyond the gym.
All right, the gym going black woman. Let's see here. Strengths, disciplined, fit, and committed to self-care. Goal-oriented, consistent, and resilient. Confident in her body, formed around effort. She put a lot of work into it, man. Understands control, especially diet control, consistency, and dedication. I harp on that all the time. Once you become consistent in the gym, that's when you start to make changes, okay? Not just for social media clicks, in the gym, you know what I'm saying? And then you check your time stamps. You're only in there for 10 minutes. Get your ass in there and work out. Weaknesses. Worth is often tied closely to her physique. This woman will cook women on social media who are not in shape. That's one of her flaws. She will judge other women. If she see you complaining about dating, she gonna call you out. Like, hey, look at you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You big around here. You know what I'm saying? What they big back? This woman will call you a big back. You know what I'm saying? And she will hold her friends accountable to the point where her friends may be mad at her. Can be rigid, overly critical of self and others, as I stated. Underestimates softer feminine traits, attracts shallow, superficial attention. Now, in regards to the softer and feminine traits, this has nothing to do with the way that she dresses, because this woman don't have no problem with hanging out. And when I talk about hanging out, a very classy way. This type of woman will definitely wear one of those belly out dresses, you know what I'm saying, with the back out and shit like that. She ain't got no problem wearing that, because she gonna stand out in a crowd full of women that's just, a cheeseburger away from being obese, okay? So she will definitely show up and show out. The feminine and the softer traits comes when she's dealing with the man in a relationship. She got to learn how to be, a little bit calmed down, not so high strung. And then also another thing that I didn't put on here, you got to watch your caffeine intake, okay? Sometimes these types of gym going women, they can get hooked on the Celsius. They can get hooked on the pre-workouts. And this also pertains to the nurses as well. So if you're a gym going woman, you got to be mindful of drinking those green teas, drinking the coffee, and then at the end of the night, you taking a pre-workout. That's too many caffeine sources for you to get adequate sleep. You know what I'm saying? I actually, my wife, she exchanged my wedding ring with the Aura ring. You guys know what the Oura ring is? It actually tracks your sleep and your workouts. Okay. So this is what this is doing for me. It tracks my sleep. You guys can see it here. I think I made progress. So that's when you have a mindful wife. This is what happens. Let me see what my sleep was. Here we go. What did I? Here we go. So I had a solid night of sleep. 81 out of 100. Okay. So yeah. So we track our sleep. So this what happens. When I told her, hey, I have some trouble sleeping. Next thing you know, I'm in there. So you get your wife. So yeah. But yeah, so but you got to watch that. Make sure you only have one source of caffeine throughout the day. And then also if you have to go to the gym at night, make sure you take that pre-workout a little bit earlier than taking it when you get off of work. Because let's say you work 9 to 5 or 8 to 5 or something like that, and then you get dressed for the gym at 5, it's 5:30, then you get to the gym, you take your pre-workout at 6, that pre-workout can stay with you, all into your sleep hours. So what I would advise you to do is take it a little bit earlier and then go to the gym. Don't wait until the end of the day because your sleep will absolutely be off. And these girls, you got to be mindful of that because I see a lot of gym-going women very high-strung, and it's because of all of the caffeine. Because y'all will go to Starbucks because you got the money. You go to Starbucks, get a big grande cafe, mocha latte, whatever the hell y'all drink, or some green tea, and you just walking around drinking that shit. And then you go add some more caffeine when you go to the gym. So be mindful, okay? Trying to help you out. Let's see here. And then also this woman attracts shallow and superficial attention because she is very fit and she looks good in her clothes. Always wearing the spandex and shit with the cracking ass. Y'all got to stop that. Relationship challenges. Attracts attention, not always long-term interest. Struggles to move past surface level selection because she is attracted. She is typically attracted to men who are in shape. Here's what it is. That arousal is always going to be there. And now I told you guys that's where I thrive. You know what I'm saying? It's the arousal effect, not just attraction. When you become a gym guy, then that's what women will see first. Oh, yeah, I want to sneak in with this dude. He just don't need to mess it up. She tends to attract those type of guys. Okay. And then also, let's see, assume hyper competitive, emotionally distant. We just talked about that. Body is noticed before the woman. Yep. And then solutions and improvements. Balance fitness foundation with emotional connection. Filter men that appreciate femininity, not just her physique. And then prioritize depth, character, and values beyond the gym. Don't let all your conversations with a dude be about the gym because that's a trap that you can fall into. Because of course, ladies, gym-going black women, you are going to find common ground with the man who also works out. That's giving him an easy way out to relate with you. So you got to find something else that attracts or arouses you. Don't just sit there and say, hey, I just, hit a goal on the deadlift, or I just ran for an hour straight, and that's all y'all talk about. Nah, man, put them to the test. Put them through the ringer and let them know that you're there, for some serious stuff and not just for a gym fling, okay? Be mindful of that. And then also build strength with balance, love, and discernment, okay? Once you get past the dude's, physique, then you got to hold his feet to the fire and start asking some serious questions. Okay, gym going black women? All right. That was one of my favorite ones to do because I have so much respect for these types of women that get in there and get to it, okay? And again, ladies, you may fall into a bunch of categories, okay? So hopefully, maybe if you're not in the gym, you can adopt the gym going black girl, okay? Put that on your list. Did I miss any super chats? Yeah, I missed a couple. Hold on. I thought I did. Yeah, okay. My bad, y'all. Dante Bryan, $2 bomb said, ain't nothing like a sister that goes to the gym. I think I got that one, but I don't mind saying it again. Absolutely. And then HVAC Man, $5 bomb said, you'll never see this black woman. It's rare, but the gym black woman is my type. I'm in the gym myself, as you guys can see on my post. Brother, that's actually changing. I'm going to be perfectly honest with y'all. I've seen more women, more black women in the gym than ever. In Houston, there's this discourse on TikTok going around about EOS Gym. If you are in Texas, I'm pretty sure you've heard about this. But every black person that comes to Houston and say, and says that they go to EOS Gym, they say that it's nothing but tens in there. And they're talking about both men and women. Okay. And this is coming from black people. All right. So I'm starting to see more black women uploading more fitness content, going to gyms, being more vocal. Maybe it's because of the beginning of the year. I'm not sure. But I see a lot more black women starting to work out. So these women are not rare anymore, in my opinion. And I go to the gym, 5 days a week. So yeah, they in there. It may not be in mass, but what I will say is I see more black women consistently than I used to. Okay. And I've been going to this gym for about 4 or 5 years now. So I'm starting to see more of my people in there consistently. So yeah, so that's actually changing and this is my anecdotal experience and based off of what I've heard on social media. And you can always, if you're looking for a gym going black woman, go on TikTok or something like that or Instagram, and you will find them there. Even not the women I'm not talking about the women that have like 300,000 subscribers. I'm talking about regular gym going women. Y'all actually sent me some when we was scanning for the dating show. Yeah, so they out there, man. They starting to pop up. So keep your eyes open, brother. They out there. It was Rick. $5 bomb said I've seen fit black women, and Lord have mercy, they look great. Skin just glistening. Yeah, man. Self-care. That's her. That is her. Let's see here. Dante Bryant, $5 bomb or $2 bomb said, that ain't no flaw. We need more of that. What I say? Oh, well, yeah. Thank you, brother. And then we got HVAC Man, $5 bomb said it's Gen Z black women, and we have EOS Gym in Florida and Crunch Fitness. Yeah, man. Try EOS Gym. Try it. It's it's somewhat like the club. Now, black people are starting to see it as a club. And I'm also seeing more black women recommend black women go to the gym to find men. Instead of hanging out in bars and shit, go to the gym. You know what I'm saying? And act like the damsel in distress. Yeah, and I think, didn't I teach women on how to pick up guys in the gym? Because y'all know that men are, they're mindful. Hold on, let me think my battery ran out. God dang it. Yeah, I got to charge it up. But yeah, but women men are more mindful. They don't want to approach women in the gym, right? So now I was trying to teach women on how to get men to start talking to you. So you may have to drop the proverbial handkerchief to get this man's attention. When you're in the gym, you're like, hey, are you using that or something like that? Not necessarily being so, I guess, forward. And while you're doing squats and you're like, hey, can you come help me squat? Don't do that foolery. You know what I'm saying? Because that man is going to be thinking about, man, I may catch a case if I if I help this woman squat. But just go over to him and ask him about a machine or something. Hey, do you know how to set this up? Or you can ask him what type of protein is that or something like that. You have to do some leg work in there, because if you want to meet a guy in the gym, it is not the old days where men feel comfortable, coming up and talking to you. You may not have a problem with that, but too many women have expressed their concern about men talking to them in the gym. They just don't do it at all. Okay. So if you want to meet a guy in the gym, then you will have to put your best foot forward, and you have to engage in conversation with him to let him know that you are interested. All right. Let's see here. And then Malik, what up though? $5 bond said, I'm fine with the stragglers that lack discipline. Malik, we know you got it. You a wild boy. Oh man. Okay, so let's get to the next one. Let's see what we got up next. Yeah. When I start laughing, you already know what it is. Here we go.
Soft life aspirer. I want peace. I want ease. I want a life where I'm not constantly struggling or stressed. I don't want to lead. I want to be provided for. And I believe femininity should be protected, not punished.
I'm nurturing. I know how to create comfort. I value beauty, calm, and emotional safety. I understand feminine energy. I know how to receive. I bring softness into spaces where chaos usually lives.
But desire doesn't guarantee access. I want a soft life, but so do millions of other women. High-earning men have options, and wanting provision doesn't automatically make me chosen. Lifestyle dreams without leverage can turn into disappointment. That's the truth I have to face.
The solution isn't entitlement, it's alignment. Soft life works best with men who want to lead, not be drained. I must offer peace, loyalty, and value beyond aesthetics. Softness is powerful when it's paired with contribution.
All right. So the soft life Black woman, they are very prevalent and very loud on social media. Her biggest issue is that she's competing with millions, if not billions, of women who want the same lifestyle as you. So these women, if you're going to be a woman who says that you want a soft life, the first step, your ass better be in shape. I'm going to just tell you that right now, because you will not be able to compete if this is what you're looking for. You also have to bring something other than your beauty. So yes, even though these women are kind of frowned upon in these spaces, there is a lane for this type of woman. This type of woman can find a man if she brings the right attributes to the table. And sometimes Black women, pay attention to your unk. Y'all go about trying to acquire a soft life the wrong way. You cannot force your way into making a man give you a soft life. And also, you guys have to be honest. I remember I asked a question a while ago, does a soft life require a man's money? And a lot of women said no. And I was like, so why you need a rich man in order to have a soft life? It's because the alignment and bullshit. Be honest. You need a man's money to provide a soft life for you. Yes, you can do all the self-love. You can go to yoga, Pilates, drink green tea and matcha and shit like that. But if you ain't got the ducats to keep up with the lifestyle, then you're going to absolutely need a man's money. So you got to be honest with that. Second thing, understand that you are competing. Yes, you will compete for a man because the man that you're trying to lock down, he has a lot of money, right? And yes, I know there are women that will dibble and dabble into the old dudes. You know what I'm saying? And like, hey, I'm going to get this old 70-year-old guy who got a little pension. He got a little ducat set aside, and I'm going to go ahead and break bread with him. But a lot of these women want a man who's around their age or a little bit older. You know, if she's 30, she want a man who's like 35 or 40, some shit like that. But you will compete, and you better wrap your head around that if you're going to dibble and dabble into this soft life space, okay? Nothing's for free. Remember that, especially with a guy who's around your age. The old dudes, they may just want your pretty self hanging around. But one of these dudes that know better and they had to get their money up, money the hard way, they ain't going to just come up off of it just because you're pretty. So don't think that you're going to swindle your way into getting bags from a 35 to 40-year-old man who is very financially stable and he going to just be shelling out money to you. That ain't how it work over here. That only work on them old dudes. Okay? And even them dudes going to want something. You know what I'm saying? I got money. Nate! Where Nate at? We ain't had a chance to get Nate in here.
But you ain't did a doggone thing until you stand up in
it. So let's play it again and get to the stats. Here we go. Nate always got time. So soft life women, you better watch out. Nate will get to it. Here we go.
Soft life aspirer. I want peace. I want ease. I want a life where I'm not constantly struggling or stressed. I don't want to lead. I want to be provided for. And I believe femininity should be protected, not punished.
I'm nurturing. I know how to create comfort. I value beauty, calm, and emotional safety. I understand feminine energy. I know how to receive. I bring softness into spaces where chaos usually lives.
But desire doesn't guarantee access. I want a soft life, but so do millions of other women. High-earning men have options, and wanting provision doesn't automatically make me chosen. Lifestyle dreams without leverage can turn into disappointment. That's the truth I have to face.
The solution isn't entitlement, it's alignment. Soft life works best with men who want to lead, not be drained. I must offer peace, loyalty, and value beyond aesthetics. Softness is powerful when it's paired with contribution.
All right, my soft life aspiring Black woman. Let's see here. So her lifestyle desires is financial ease. You know that wording, I put that in there for a reason. The soft life women, man, I'll be dying laughing. They try and I'm sure Mona has noticed this. They'll try and go all the way around the idea of saying I need a man's money or I want a man's money. So they'll come up with these. What's another one? Financial ease and also generous. Yeah, I want a generous man. That's soft life terminology. Y'all heard this before, right? I want a generous man. Instead of saying, I want a man to give me money, he needs to be generous. Y'all sneaks. Starting to learn the game. All right. Luxury and leisure. Softness, pampering, and travel. She needs to travel. She needs them pictures for social media. And her desire is traditional and provided for partnership. And then peace with a nurturing, safe environment. Okay, so you see how those code words, I want men to understand them. This is certain things that you need to pick up on. If you don't want to date a soft life woman, she will say things like this. I need a place where I can be safe and bask in my femininity. It's like, I see what you're doing. You've been working for 40 years. Now you want me to... Let me stop. And then strengths, appreciation for beauty, comfort, and care. Feminine, warm, and sophisticated. Yeah, they work very hard on these traits. Open to traditional and supportive roles. So like she said, she wants a man who can lead. Visualizes a better life, prioritizes self-worth. That self-worth word, oh man, they love it. Her weaknesses. She can confuse wealth with readiness and depth. She's going to attract a lot of very successful men, but that doesn't mean they have those traits that she needs to become a husband, because all she needs to know typically is that she can afford her aspired lifestyle. Okay? Tough. And then she may overvalue presentation over substance, and then underestimate compatibility, selection, and effort. These are the types of women that will complain about love bombing, okay? Because men know that they have to come correct with this woman, but it only may be for a short period of time. So when they meet this soft life woman, very, very successful, or very attractive, she's very soft, very feminine, and he's like, yeah, I want to sneak in. So he's going to try and give her a little bit here and there, go to some nice restaurants, remember the grass wall, maybe buy her a pricey gift, $500 or something, to make it seem like he got it like that. So she's telling all her friends, oh yeah, man, he just cashed me out and gave me $200 just for nothing, girl. Next thing you know, he pumping and grinding on you. And then you can't call him no more because he blocked. He didn't, ran off. And then you go to social media complaining that he love bombed you. He did, but it worked. And that's where your discernment needs to come in place, ladies. So soft life women, be mindful, okay? Oh, man. So challenges, access to luxury, but relationship depth varies. Yep. Rich men prefer fit men prefer feminine. Entitled, she can become entitled. Passive competition delusions. Like I said, a lot of women don't like to admit that they have to compete on the dating market. Sometimes these types of women live in their own bubbles. They don't think, oh man, I'm the only girl that qualifies for a soft life. No. Even the women that don't qualify for a soft life want a soft life. And they're out there trying to compete. So you got to get rid of them. They probably won't get picked anyway. You know what I'm saying? But you got to compete with the other millions of beautiful women that are out there that want the same lifestyle as you. So you have to do what? You have to be better. You have to be better than just beauty. Okay, soft lives. Let's see here. And then solutions mindset, embody softness, but filter for readiness. Balance beauty with discernment, absolutely. And be receptive to care, but mutual in effort. So if you are going to be a soft life woman, then you better add value to that man's life. A good trait to have is knowing how to cook. If he's gonna allow you to stay at home, then you better have some vittles on the grill when he get home. You got to find some way to contribute to that man's life if you want long term. Because a lot of these soft life women, soft life ladies, I learned that you just be wanting experiences sometimes. And if that's what you want, cool. You ain't got to add any value to this man's life other than in the bedroom, because you ain't gonna be there for long. But if you want to lock down a man and be, and live a soft life, then you need to find some way, somehow, to insert yourself into this man's life to make sure he knows that you are valuable to what he does on a day-to-day basis. And that doesn't come with him giving you tasks to do. It comes with you being attentive and seeing where he needs help, where you can add value. And that may not be in a monetary way. It's not going to be in a monetary way because he's going to have the money. So you better figure out where you can fit in, because I promise you this, the women that you guys are competing with, they will find a way and your ass will be added there immediately. I'll try to say it like Bernie Mac. Immediately. What do you say? Immediately. I'm going to put him in there. But yeah, remember that. All right. And then also, soft life luxury is awarded, but peace is created. Create peace. Okay? And stop leading with your hand out, because that will get you cut off. You cut off. So all right. Let me see. I'm missing these super chats. Yeah. HVAC Man $2 bomb said you can't DEI a soft life. Yeah, you can't. And a lot of these women, they're so entitled. I'm so pretty. Look at my lifestyle. And it's like, the dudes that I know, if I was to judge the dating market off to the guys that's in my circle, the standard would be way up there, because these guys are very successful and they laugh at some of these soft life videos. So let's see here. Did I miss any more? Oh, William, my guy, man, with the $50 bomb. He said, what up, though? Joining late from the gym. Absolutely. Hey, man, priorities first, brother. Priorities first. Oh, you right on time. We ain't even got to the good stuff. My guy, you are now the show sponsor, brother. Let me go ahead and show you some love with some of these drops.
I'ma just see these and bump into them, put gun to them, run through them, make them dookie, gas station sushi. Yeah.
Another one.
I took it back to my old energy, and she telling me she feel the chemistry. That's bullshit. She just know I'm rich, but keep going, sweetie.
She just know I'm rich, like William. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man. I'm glad you're here, man, because this definitely helped. I'm pretty sure you'll catch what we already covered. But yeah, man, just go ahead and listen to this, because I got some more for you. Got some more for you. All right. Here we go. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that, man. Our show sponsor. I got to get that. I'm going to get an overlay up again. I'm gonna start putting that up there, highlighting the show sponsor. All right. So you guys, ladies, you see where I'm going with this? I'm pretty sure y'all tuned in. It was like, this dude is going to cook black women. No, I'm actually trying to give you some help if this is the lane that you want to be in. Okay. So yeah, I'm pretty sure y'all starting to notice, like, oh man, I thought this dude was just going here, come up to F you, B. You don't just, no, it's not what I do here. So let's get to it. The next one, what we got up next? Yeah, I just talked about this. This is a good one. Ready? Here we go.
I'm the social media, curated black woman. What you see online is intentional. The lighting, the angles, the captions, the lifestyle. I understand branding. I know how to present confidence, beauty, femininity, and success in a way that gets attention.
My strength is visibility. I attract attention, validation, and opportunity. I know how to market myself, build a following, and control my narrative. I get compliments, DMs, dates, and access because I understand perception.
My weakness is that men often fall in love with my image, not me.
I curate highlights, not real life. It's reels of rooftop sunsets, latte art, and flawless skin. Off camera, I'm wearing paint-stained hoodies, eating cereal for dinner.
My solution is alignment. If I want real connection, I have to allow real access, not just curated moments. I align best with men who understand branding but value substance. Attention is easy. Intimacy requires vulnerability.
Now, the social media Black woman is one of the toughest archetypes to partner with for single men, because you know that your ass is going to be a story time as soon as you break up, or if you do something wrong and she gets rid of you, guess what you become? Content. Okay? And women who do this for a living, like the lifestyle stuff. You seen those women, especially on TikTok. They show their outfit of the day, what they're eating, they're cooking, going to the gym, doing Pilates. Everything is content because that's how they get paid. And they have to appease their audience. So if you're a man trying to come into this woman's life, it is going to be a very tough ask, because you know that this woman handles rejection publicly. She handles her wins publicly. She may want you to do matching pajamas on Christmas, all types of stuff. Whatever y'all do, it's going to become content because she has an image to uphold, especially to her audience. She cannot date a man who is less than. He has to be upper echelon because it has to be a guy that other women desire because of her audience. So that's why I think when I was asking guys about I think I asked a question. I was like, how do y'all feel about a woman who does social media content and that's her, lifestyle? And a lot of guys was like, hell no, I don't want those headaches because I don't want to be one of her stories, or, I'm not too flashy or out in the open like that. So she has a tough time actually finding a guy to get on, and I hate to say this, but get on her program. Okay? It's tough. So if you guys have any feedback, please let me know. Put the super chat in and I'll read it. It's going to go into the video as always. Okay? So let's get to it. Let's play it one more time and then we'll get to the stats. Social media Black woman. Here we go.
I'm the social media curated Black woman. What you see online is intentional. The lighting, the angles, the captions, the lifestyle. I understand branding. I know how to present confidence, beauty, femininity, and success in a way that gets attention.
My strength is visibility. I attract attention, validation, and opportunity. I know how to market myself, build a following, and control my narrative. I get compliments, DMs, dates, and access because I understand perception.
My weakness is that men often fall in love with my image, not me. I curate highlights, not real life. It's reels of rooftop sunsets, latte art, and flawless skin. Off camera, I'm wearing paint-stained hoodies, eating cereal for dinner.
My solution is alignment. If I want real connection, I have to allow real access, not just curated moments. I align best with men who understand branding but value substance. Attention is easy. Intimacy requires vulnerability.
All right. So the social media curated Black woman, her strengths: socially attractive and visually captivating. The ones who do it the right way and are very successful, they are very attractive. Well connected with high social engagement, charm to initiate social interest very quickly, and lifestyle may signal energy and confidence. Going on hikes, walking the dog, little poodle and shit. Yeah. Weaknesses: overshares lifestyle rather than true personality. My goodness. Heavy online presence implies validation and attention. Remember, she doesn't have to only impress you. She has to impress her audience as well. And that's tough, okay, for any man to withstand. So, yeah, I'm going to get to the solutions in a second. But see here, okay, weaknesses: assumed to prioritize status over stability. That may not be an assumption. Perceived as non-committal for long term. Yeah. And the reason why I say this is because there are a lot of women who fall into the social media category. They do the dating story times. And it seems like from my perspective, they do it just to get content. They'll go on dates. The date will go bad for some reason. Maybe she'll even make it go bad, and then she'll do a story time about it. You shouldn't have a page full of, so I went out on this date with this guy and this happened and this happened. And then the next week you do the same thing over and over again. And you know who's eating it up? Her followers, the people commenting. Oh, girl, I hate that you went through that. But nobody ever questions like, lady, what you doing this for? What you getting into? Why are you going out on all these dates and then you come right back? Even some of the ladies, they'll still be in the clothes that they went on the date with. And they'll go straight home, grab the camera, and tell people about their date. Or they'll grab the camera and start, live streaming right there while she's walking from the restaurant. So everything is content. And you got to keep feeding the bird, so to speak, right? If you got women in there that's looking, for your stories, then they're going to be like, okay, when's the next time this woman going to go on a date? It's going to go bad. They look for her. So that's why it's very tough for a guy to deal with one of these women, because he may become content. Very tough, man. And then also one of her weaknesses is perceived as non-committal for long term. Yeah, I mentioned that. Okay. Challenges: attracts men seeking clout, not relationships. Sometimes that actually happens. You attract guys who know that you have a huge following, and they're like, oh, okay, cool. I could translate some of that over to my space. So let's go ahead and get those matching pajamas. Let's see here. Struggles to balance online and offline image. Absolutely. This woman has to stay flawless. It's sad, but and this is funny, if she goes outside and her hair is not done correctly, if she's not dressed in the finest of the finest, and she's just having one of those days where she just ran out there to go walk the dog and she's looking homely, somebody may recognize her, snap a picture, and be like, man, this woman don't live the life that she say that she lived. And now she's considered a fraud. And it's sad, but that's what comes with being the social media woman, because your people are always, even though they support you, they are looking for ways to tear you down in certain aspects. Women do that all the time with these types of women. They will try and follow, man, she lived in this apartment complex and she was acting like she balding like that. You better watch it. If you go outside with your hair not done, it's gonna be somebody looking, and they're gonna take a picture of your ass. And next thing you know, you plastered, and now you got to explain. It's so unfortunate that somebody would take me while I'm walking my dog, and now you got to explain. It's like, oh my goodness, so it's sad. Yo, okay, let's see here. Often confused by inconsistency in men's effort. Yep. Solutions: intentionally limit oversharing for privacy. And I'm specifically talking for the men. Okay? Don't overshare. Do not come to social media with your problems, especially in a relationship. Leave that shit off. And I would even think about getting a cease and desist or something. I don't know, with these types of women. And then demonstrate interest beyond a curated lifestyle. Filter clout chasers who offer attention, not investment, and then make stability and relationship goals clear earlier, if that's what you want. Okay? Some of these women just want guys for a season so they can make content. I'll be mindful of that too. So attention builds interest. Stability builds assurance. All right. So that's your social media black woman. And guys, man, I hope you're aware of this, because this is what happens. So they're attractive though, but that's what happens. Let's get her off there. I'm missing super chats. Okay, we good. Have y'all seen these women on social media? Can any of you relate to the social media curated? They all on TikTok, man. They love TikTok. That app is made for women, seems like it. So let's see here. All right, so let's go to the next one. Let's spice it up a little bit with these next two. Here we go. Ready? Get to it.
I'm the Black City girl. I grew up in nightlife, clubs, lounges, house parties. When I was younger, I had attention everywhere I went. The men around me were exciting, confident, familiar. I felt desired, chosen, and validated in those environments.
As I got older, I wanted stability. A good man, consistency, help, peace. But my standards stayed high while my options changed. I couldn't understand why men with money weren't committing to me. Over time, frustration turned into resentment.
My strength was social capital. I knew how to attract men, command attention, move through city spaces like I belonged to every corner. But the men I pulled weren't planning long term. I had kids by different men, gained weight over time.
Eventually, that resentment became hope for rescue. I began believing a white man would save me, treat me better, value me more, fix what I felt black men failed to give. But that belief wasn't about love, it was about escape.
I thought a new skyline would mean a clean slate, but the same arguments found me here, just updated their scenery. Turns out, escape doesn't heal patterns, it just relocates them. So I'm learning to stay.
Yep, the city girl black woman. I've seen it countless times, and I put some things in there for a reason. Because what I've learned, especially when I used to watch a Kendra G show, I used to watch a bunch of shows, and you'll see how these women talk, and they'll champion the fact that, hey, I used to be out there. I was a city girl. I was in the clubs in my 30s and stuff like that. These women, they'll typically have a couple of kids by a couple different men because of that lifestyle, because of that fast, dating culture climate, hooking up with dudes, may not even want them, you know what I'm saying? But you just end up hooking up with them. Now you got a kid or two. Then you end up gaining weight when you're 30, getting to your 40s. And now that your options have dwindled and things have changed, you end up blaming who? All black men for not seeing you how you used to be seen when you were younger and you didn't have kids. And then these women have a pipeline to black male disdain conversations. They will join the divestor movement because they think it's all black men's fault for not accepting a woman with children or not accepting a woman who used to be all in the videos, dancing, singing, titties, ass, in the nude. Fucking, put two movies together. But yeah, so they will develop a disdain for black men for not wanting to deal with all of this shit that you didn't put yourself through when you was younger. And then next thing you know, they posting shit about white men being better and why black men can't just cut it. White men treat me right. I just did a couple of videos on this. So that's why I put that in there. So titties. Oh, all right. Let's play it once again, and then we'll get back to the stats. Here we go.
I'm the Black City girl. I grew up in nightlife, clubs, lounges, house parties. When I was younger, I had attention everywhere I went. The men around me were exciting, confident, familiar. I felt desired, chosen, and validated in those environments.
As I got older, I wanted stability. A good man, consistency, help, peace. But my standards stayed high while my options changed. I couldn't understand why men with money weren't committing to me. Over time, frustration turned into resentment.
My strength was social capital. I knew how to attract men, command attention, move through city spaces like I belonged to every corner. But the men I pulled weren't planning long term. I had kids by different men, gained weight over time.
Eventually, that resentment became hope for rescue. I began believing a white man would save me, treat me better, value me more, fix what I felt black men failed to give. But that belief wasn't about love, it was about escape.
I thought a new skyline would mean a clean slate, but the same arguments found me here, just updated their scenery. Turns out, escape doesn't heal patterns, it just relocates them. So I'm learning to stay.
Trying to move to a different city. All right, the City Girl Club Opera Black Woman. Strengths: self-expressive and confident, fun, energetic, and socially active, attractive, and maintains an upkept appearance, may signal ease, spontaneity, and sense of adventure. I've actually dated one of these women in the past. It was a quick story. I remember when I dated a woman like this, I was actually on leave going back home, and I not hooked up, but I linked up with her through social media and went out. When I came back home to California, we met up. I'm telling Lex, I don't want to get swung on. So this is how the night went. We went to dinner. I'm pretty reserved. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, let's go to dinner or whatever, right? Went to dinner, had a good time there. And then she was like, hey, I know this other place we can go to. Let's walk over there. It's close. I was like, all right, cool. So after we got done eating, we walked to this other place downtown, and, you know, we got in for free. I didn't pay nothing. You know, we was having a good time and like this arcade. And then she was like, hey, I know this other place that we can go to too. I usually go here and just hang out. I was like, all right, cool. So we went to this other place, was overlooking the water, hanging out or whatever, chilling. And then she was like, yeah, man, I know this place or whatever where you can get some bomb food, you know, at night. They stay open late night. So we went over there. Next thing you know, I had been out on a date with this girl for damn near 7 hours. And the funny thing is I didn't even pay for shit other than the date. She just knew everywhere to go. she just knew all the places. And I didn't have to pay one dime, even at the place that had the, you know, the midnight food. See? I ain't say nothing. But yeah, so that was my experience with dating a city girl, okay? I wouldn't get swung over. She knew everybody. You know what I'm saying? She belonged to the city. Yo. I love Party Next Door. So that was my experience with a city girl. So yeah. Let's see here. So some of her weaknesses: influenced by a party fast-paced lifestyle, assumed to prioritize money and status. Yep. Perceived as non-committal for relationships, rarely perceived as serious partner material. Guys rarely see these guys as a wife, okay? They know what they're getting into. And as much as we tell men not to deal with women like this, you will, because she attractive. When she young and she energetic, and she, you know, she come over your house, she'll drink a little bit, make a drink for you, you know, mix some things up. Next thing you know, she, you know, giving you a show in the house. You're like, oh man, this is amazing. Then next thing you know, you at the clinic and you got something. So, so y'all gonna deal with these women because they look good. Okay, here's what it is. All right. Challenges: attracts men seeking fun, not future. Can encourage shallow sexual attention. Interest, image, not substance. Define connections. She lacks defining connections. And then views rejection as judgment of self, not circumstances. Okay. Because if you are in that, you know, I guess the city girl mindset, are you living that lifestyle? Then yes, they're going to judge you off the circumstances that you put yourself in. Okay. And then let's see here. Solutions and improvements. Seek men who respect both fun and adventure. Fun and future. I'm sorry. Balance social life with personal growth and redirect validation from men to self-worth, and then present relationship values sooner, not later. And typically these women, they want to transition out of the city girl lifestyle, but it's very tough. So that's why you hear a lot of these types of women, they'll move to a different city, you know, but then the stories that you hear on social media, it's like every city, the dating pool is trash. I've heard women talk about Dallas, Houston, Charlotte, New York, Miami, California, Chicago, all the big cities where all of the men, you know, the high earning men are concentrated. It seems like every man is trash in every city that these types of women move to. Okay. So, and like I said, one of the biggest issues are, I guess, the best advice that I could give a city girl black woman is hopefully you come out of your city girl lifestyle without children. And also you come out of the lifestyle still in shape. And while you're a city girl, you need to be going to the gym. So make sure you stay competitive, because yes, you will want to transition out of that lifestyle. And sometimes there is a man that will deal with you. But if you have any of those things that I mentioned working against you, it's going to be tougher than you. It's going to be tougher for you to find a husband once you're ready to settle down. But if that's not your goal, continue partying. You know what I'm saying? Do what you need to do. But don't expect anything other than short-term flings from men on the dating market. It gets all bad when y'all start complaining, you know what I'm saying? And all black men are trash. I'm going to get me a white man. Okay. We see how that works. I'm laughing, but it's be funny. Oh my goodness. Okay, did I miss any super chats? Okay, we good. Was William the last one? Yeah, all right. We still got more. Let's get it. Let's get to it. All right. Okay. And these, yes, I put these two back to back. Here we go.
I'm the BBL Black woman. I enhance my body to increase my dating options and visibility in the market, especially in spaces where aesthetics drive attention. That's the premise, and I'm perfectly fine owning it.
I chose to shape my body the way I wanted. The curves change the way doors open, how eyes follow, and the conversations people start. Some assume they know what I'm after. Others think they know what I owe them.
Early on, my appearance works in my favor. I get attention fast, access high-status environments, and attract men in entertainment, sports, and nightlife spaces.
I often attract men who value image over commitment. Some provide experiences or financial help, but that doesn't translate into stability or long-term partnership. It's easy to be impressed by what they can give.
After those experiences, transitioning to everyday men is hard. I sometimes expect entertainer-level lifestyle from men with normal incomes, and that creates friction. I'm learning, though.
My mistake is treating surgery as a substitute for long-term fitness. Without discipline, my body changes over time, and the advantage I paid for doesn't age the way I expected.
My growth comes from pairing aesthetics with discipline, resetting my own expectations, and choosing men based on character and compatibility, never on lifestyle inflation.
BBL Black woman, yes, she is very prevalent on the dating market. And let me just say this before I get into any stats. These women are absolutely getting BBLs to attract male attention. Do not, I repeat, do not let these women lie and say that they're doing it for themselves or they're doing it for women. No, that's not it at all. You want attention from a particular type of man because typically these women attract entertainers, rappers, athletes. That is their dating pool, okay? So when you get a BBL, be honest with yourself and don't lie, okay? It just is what it is. So I know how women like to lie and say, oh, we do it for ourselves. No, you don't. All right. So, yeah. But again, I mentioned this in the video that sometimes, and I hate that Cardi B does this. I think she went viral for saying that, why do I need to go to the gym when I could just get surgery? A lot of women will get BBLs and fat transfers, and they'll replace that. You know, that's their replacement for going to the gym. But when you get older and you haven't, adopted a gym lifestyle, the BBL looks good early. But once you get older and you're not working out, it's going to start, going to other places that you don't want it to go. And it's going to look crazy. So that's something that you BBL women need to be mindful of. A great woman that you probably should follow, and she has the money to do this, is Bernice Burgos. Even though she got a BBL or fat transfer or whatever the hell it is, she still works out. Okay? So if that's an inspiration and you think about getting a BBL, then go follow that woman because she's still actually trying to, stay in shape. Even thinks she like 42 or 43 years old. So yeah, so she's still getting to it as much as possible. Okay. So yeah, so you guys know the BBL girl, Black girl. She is prevalent. It is what it is. So, Will, thank you, brother, for breaking the drought. Oh, we got another one. My bad. Go to the doctor and the gym. No shortcuts. Absolutely, brother. Thank you for that. Wise words. And then Dante Bryant, $2 bomb, said, go see the doctor. Yeah. Oh, man. Okay. So let's get to it. Let's play it once again. And then we'll get to the stats with a BBL girl. Where you at?
I'm the BBL Black woman. I enhance my body to increase my dating options and visibility in the market, especially in spaces where aesthetics drive attention. That's the premise, and I'm perfectly fine owning it.
I chose to shape my body the way I wanted. The curves change the way doors open, how eyes follow, and the conversations people start. Some assume they know what I'm after. Others think they know what I owe them.
Early on, my appearance works in my favor. I get attention fast, access high-status environments, and attract men in entertainment, sports, and nightlife spaces.
I often attract men who value image over commitment. Some provide experiences or financial help, but that doesn't translate into stability or long-term partnership. It's easy to be impressed by what they can give.
After those experiences, transitioning to everyday men is hard. I sometimes expect entertainer-level lifestyle from men with normal incomes, and that creates friction. I'm learning, though.
My mistake is treating surgery as a substitute for long-term fitness. Without discipline, my body changes over time, and the advantage I paid for doesn't age the way I expected. My growth comes from pairing aesthetics with discipline, resetting my own expectations, and choosing men based on character and compatibility, never on lifestyle inflation.
All right, so the BBL black woman archetype. Man, strengths. Aesthetically, she gets fast and early attention. She attracts men in entertainment, sports, and nightlife circles. She enters high status spaces that might have been less accessible before. Yes, that's what comes with the BBL. Okay. And also, mentioned this before, is no such thing as modesty when you get a BBL, no matter the way you dress. Okay. So I know there's been some discourse, like you'll see a teacher get a BBL, or you see an attorney or a real estate agent, she'll get a BBL, and people are complaining, especially with the teachers. They'll say, man, she wearing that around them kids, and it's like she can't wear nothing else because she got this big ass now, so everything she wears is going to accentuate that. Okay, so there's no such thing as modesty anymore when you get a BBL. Even when you go to church, it's going to look like a tent back there. You know what I'm saying? When you're wearing a long ass dress, but it's like a hump. Houston, you see this shit all the time. So there's no such thing as modesty, and you can't dress modestly unless you're going to wear a muumuu. But we know it ain't going to happen. You didn't get that BBL for no reason. So yeah, so just keep that in your head, ladies. The ladies is trying to get a BBL. Okay? And it will get you in the doors that you may not have been accessible. So weaknesses. BBL stands in for the gym when it should be a compliment, as I stated. Then over time, she grows, but she doesn't tone. Again, goes back to the gym. We see too many horror stories about people not working out when they get a BBL. It said, my look starts blurring the line between maintained and let go. Do you know how many people clown women who have bad BBLs? If you are one of these women, you don't want to become that, because you will be everybody's butt of the joke. Butt of the joke if you let your shit go. Get in that damn gym. Okay. And then she forms a baseline for dating wealth and fame, men who may not prioritize monogamy. Now, this is the important part. Relationship challenges. She draws men who value image over substance. Some provide fun or experiences, but fewer offer stability or commitment. Transitioning to regular everyday men often feels like lifestyle whiplash. That's the most important part, because these women will terrorize, and I don't say regular man as an insult, but for this example, I have to say it like that because she's used to dealing with rappers, athletes, and entertainers. But let's say a high-earning regular man comes across her timeline, so to speak. So they start dating. She's going to be expecting that man to cash out. Hey, babe, can you just give me $5,000? He's like, what? I worked hard for this money. And that's where the disconnect comes in. So until she learns how to readjust her lifestyle to enter back into the real world and not this fast money tricking off lifestyle, then that's when she would probably become a better woman for a regular man, if she can't make it work with one of the entertainers or athletes. And don't be surprised, these types of women will pop out a kid or two, but that kid or two that they popped out, it may be with the guy who is a sports, a professional athlete or a rapper. So she has the money. So once she, has a kid, she just go back to the surgery table, and then she's back in the game. That's why you see a lot of men asking like, damn, man, these rappers and these athletes, they all date the same women. Yeah, because women like this are in that circle, and they keep circulating the same women. It is what it is, man. So, and then solutions and improvements. Pairing aesthetics with discipline builds habits to maintain her look and her size. Again, going back to the gym. You starting to see a trend here that I keep saying this, BBLs? Setting realistic standards, adjust her expectations of regular men. That means these regular guys is going to provide you a marriage lifestyle that you would want. They're not just going to be spending money, frivolously. They worked hard for that money. They got investments and shit. Okay? So be mindful of that. And then judging men on shared values, not superficial perks. You see, she got that Chanel bag. Creates genuine, stable options. Okay. And then enhancement may open doors, but sustainability comes from habits, humility, and alignment. That is your BBL woman. Okay. Hopefully I was able to help. Oh man, we got a couple of super chats. Thank y'all. All right. Project Leroy, what up though? $2 bomb said Zion Williamson has entered the chat. Yeah, he stay getting caught up. That brother, what can we do? I mean, he made his bed, so he got to lay in it. So that dude, wow. Let's see. Martin Muhammad, what up though? 199 bomb said, oh boy, can't wait for the take on this one. Yeah, man, trying to help much as possible, you know. You see, we started off light and fun. Now this where dudes would be pissed off. But this woman is prevalent. She is in the black dating market. Y'all ready? Here we go. Man.
I identify as a feminist because I value independence, autonomy, and having control over my life. I believe women should have equal opportunity, financial freedom, and the ability to choose relationships on our own terms without pressure.
My strengths are confidence, self-advocacy, and ambition. I'm educated, career-focused, and emotionally self-aware. I don't rely on a man for survival, and I take pride in standing on my own.
Where I struggle is relationships. My independence sometimes turns into defensiveness. I can see compromise as control, leadership as dominance, and disagreement as disrespect. That makes long-term partnership harder than I expected.
I've had to learn that many men want cooperation, not competition. If I want partnership, I have to decide what matters more, total independence or shared direction. Alignment matters, and not every belief system fits every relationship.
Man, I put this in there for a reason, the feminist black woman, because I learned on TikTok that some of the women with the most hatred for black men, a lot of them have husbands. Have y'all noticed that? It's one woman in particular, and I wish I had a video of hers, but I'm always like, what man would deal with a woman who literally hates men? And lo and behold, this woman is married. So I'm like, wait a minute. Like, how does this work? What type of guy aligns with this type of woman? And I'm not saying all, feminists are bad, but the type that we're describing here, absolutely. So yes, this woman is very prevalent. And also, believe it or not, she wants a man and she wouldn't mind getting married. You would think that, man, if you're a feminist and you wouldn't want anything to do with men because you think men are, a woman's worst nightmare. But a lot of them still want men, but it just has to be on their terms. And that's where the problem arises, because there's not many men that's going to fit into this type of category where she's leading everything and questioning and judging, and, you're being disrespectful, and you go on social media and you complain about men, black men in particular. It's a crazy, I guess, dynamic, but yeah, they still want men. That sound weird. But Mona said, I know who you're talking about, Medium Man. She's a grifter talking down on men while she's curled up with hers. Yeah, it's it's a brown skinned woman and she tends to have braids. I know exactly. I see her face, and everybody was shocked. Like, this woman got a husband? Like, so that's why I put this woman in here. Like, it's like, yeah, I know in these spaces, most guys are like, hell no, I ain't dealing with this. Okay, I'm gonna just leave this woman alone. That is our, that is our kryptonite. But This woman hangs around these spaces because once they find, I hate to use this term, but a beta male, then that guy will deal with this woman and sometimes marry this woman. So if that's you, guys, then this is your woman. Yeah, that's her. that's her. That's her, Mona. I was so shocked. I was like, man, how is this woman? She just, all her content is centered around cooking men, black men. Well, she equal opportunity smoke giver for men in general, but a lot of it was about black men. I'm like, how the hell? But some guys like this woman. Yeah, so let's play it again, and then we'll get to the stats. Here we go.
I identify as a feminist because I value independence, autonomy, and having control over my life. I believe women should have equal opportunity, financial freedom, and the ability to choose relationships on our own terms without pressure.
My strengths are confidence, self-advocacy, and ambition. I'm educated, career-focused, and emotionally self-aware. I don't rely on a man for survival, and I take pride in standing on my own.
Where I struggle is relationships. My independence sometimes turns into defensiveness. I can see compromise as control, leadership as dominance, and disagreement as disrespect. That makes long-term partnership harder than I expected.
I've had to learn that many men want cooperation, not competition. If I want partnership, I have to decide what matters more, total independence or shared direction. Alignment matters, and not every belief system fits every relationship.
All right. So the feminist identified black woman. Strengths: educated, outspoken, and politically aware. Confident discussing female empowerment. So if you're a guy that wants to deal with this woman, then that may be a conversation that you may have 11 times, because she's going to make sure you are on the same page as her. If you disagree, it's a problem. That's disrespect. And she may pop you in the mouth now. Yo, all right. So she is assertive and goal-oriented with standards. Passionate, loyal, and strong-willed. Weaknesses: seen as anti-men or combative. I mean, from the stuff that she talks about, then yes, it would be a very safe assumption to believe that she is anti-men and combative. But like I said, these women want men. So let's see. Her weaknesses: views traditional dynamics as misogynistic. So you ain't getting no traditional woman over here, brother. So I'm just gonna let you know right now, if you are infatuated with this type of woman, it ain't gonna be, you the head and she the neck. No, y'all the two-headed monster in that house. Y'all the two-headed monster in that damn house, okay? So ain't none of that. You are not the leader of nothing, sir. You know what I'm saying? She gonna do whatever she want with these ducats because she made the money. You can't tell her what to do. And if you cool with that, have at it, brother. She may have a big booty. You never know. Two-headed monster. Okay. Struggles balancing assertiveness with cooperation. Absolutely. Often perceived as inflexible or critical of masculinity. I mean, that's a given. Fight the patriarchy, right? Challenges: attracts men open to debate, but not dominance. And that's where I come in, where I tell men over here, stop rumbling with these women, man. But it's a lot of dudes that don't mind talking to this woman and getting into an argument with her on the street, mind you. Dudes will argue with this type of woman on the street. You know what I'm saying? Or just befriend her so you can argue about how men built the world. And she's like, nah, we don't need men because this, and this. And she kind of gets off on that type of discussion. You see all these types of women on social media. It's a bunch of women that frequent panel shows. Well, they used to, if my memory serves me correctly. They used to frequent these panel shows, and they'll talk all this crazy foolery about men, argue with men online, but then they'll have a husband or they'll have a boyfriend. My boyfriend treats me right. And I'm like, Jesus, how do they do it? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand it, but yeah, some dudes don't mind. Okay, let's see here. She also confuses short-term sexual attraction with interest in partnerships. Yep. So she sometimes will be down to sneak in a little bit real quick. And then she has a limited pool of men who share ideological alignment. And like I said, I hate using the term, but a beta man or a blue pill man. She would align with one of those guys. I remember a old Kendra G, it was a guy, and I forgot to put these two together, but there was a guy that was very feminine, and they were getting into some very raunchy conversation about his sexual wants, and he was saying that he doesn't mind being egged, if you know what I'm talking about, with the P, egged, right? And there was a girl on Kendra G's show that I did a video on where she was one of these women, but she wanted a man who was going to be submissive. And this guy was that he was him. Yeah, and it was shocking. I was like, so they really make guys like that out there? And he was a perfect example. I'm going to see if I can find that clip of that guy and put it in here so you guys can see what I'm saying. He was the perfect archetype for a beta simp man. Seriously, I'm gonna find that clip. It was a small dude too. Like he was maybe like 5'4", made it look like he was like 115 pounds. But yeah, I was like, yeah, these two need to get together or whatever. So there's guys out there. And then challenges disagreement with male headship in a relationship. I told you it ain't no head and neck, none of that. F Fantasia. So my man is the head and I'm his neck. She ain't going with none of that. Okay? You sit your ass down and we gonna make a decision together. And if we can't make it together, guess who got the final say? Her. Are you being disrespectful, brother? Stay in pocket. Stay in your lane. Or she gonna pop you in the mouth. A whip. Shout out to Yana Van Zandt. Pop my butt. Pop my butt. I'm stupid. Okay. Solutions. Solutions. Find common ground to build respect and partnership. Man, screen men who support equality without losing masculinity. And that's an easy one. Damn near 99.9% of men don't mind the crux of feminism. Equality. I think women have equality and then some these days. So I don't think that's an issue. But the way that some of the feminists, the radical feminists describe it, it comes off as we want more than men and we still want the privileges of being a woman. If it was just equality, then yeah, that's easy. I think most men would agree with that. So in my opinion. And then also she should screen for men who support, got that one, value character and actions over ideological consistency, and show respect for forms of expression that differ than from her personal views. Okay? So if you're talking to guys and they don't align with what you believe in, don't take it as disrespect. You can take it as a lesson and move on or something. All right? Everything ain't got to be misogynistic or something like that. Pop my butt, pop. Oh, man. Social media is too funny for it to go away, man. She go pop you in your sweet mouth. Pop. You don't say no to me. So there she is. We got a couple super chats. Let's see. Game Changer. What up, though? $2 bomb said, those husbands are called blackbeards. Blackbeards. You talking about the husbands for the feminist woman? Blackbeards? Okay. That's the first. Okay, cool. She need a blackbeard then. All right. Blackbeard. William, 199 Bob said, I'm not raising my blood pressure yet. It's going to be risen. if you get with one of these women. But like I said, man, sometimes they may try and hide that they do have these views, and that may get you in the, in the beginning, because everything may be in the right places. Maybe a hump back there, and you looking at that, and next thing you know, she having you read some books, and you like, wait, hold on now. Hold on, sister. What you talking about over here? Let's see here. I missed a couple. Let's see. Malik, $2 bomb said, G damn Della Reese. I can't stand those types. Okay. William 199 bomb said, nah, ain't popping nothing yet. Dante says some pause. Nah, man, it's from an old Iyanla Van Zant clip. I seen Jess Hilarious and her reenacted, where the girl was like, read what that says or whatever. It's just like, pop my butt, pop my butt. It's like, know what Harriet Tubman was doing? That would have been a whip. It's so funny, man. Yo, Frederick Howard, what up though? Member for 4 months, said, salute to the Stack King in chat. What up though? Thank you, brother. Good to see you here, man. Thank you for being a member for 4 months, man. Thank you. We got a lot more, so stay tuned. Don't go nowhere. We got 132 folks in here. This is fun. Okay. Let's get to the next one. Let's see if it's as bad as that one. And it may be. Why did I do this to y'all? Here we go.
I'm the hyper-independent woman. I learned early not to rely on anyone. I pay my own bills. I solve my own problems. I don't ask for help, because help never came when I needed it. Independence wasn't a choice. It was survival.
I'm resilient. I adapt quickly. I don't crumble under pressure. I protect myself emotionally and financially. I don't tolerate instability. I can stand alone, and that strength has carried me far.
But independence can harden into armor. I struggle to receive. I question leadership. I mistake control for safety. Men don't feel needed. They feel unnecessary. And without polarity, attraction fades.
The solution isn't becoming dependent. It's learning interdependence, choosing strength without shutting out support. I align best with secure men who lead without dominance. Softness doesn't erase my power. It expands it.
All right. So this woman, and I know you guys probably, well, we just did the career-oriented woman. No, this is not her. She's actually the opposite of the career-oriented woman. This is the overly independent Black woman. This is the woman that most men have issues with, okay? Because she's so independent. She's the one that goes out there and says, I don't need a man. So this is her. This is not the career-oriented woman. And also this woman, she may be a feminist. She may not be a feminist. She just independent. It is what it is. Like sometimes, like I give you a perfect example of this type of woman. If she says something like, if you're at work and she's like, hey, I need you to hang this picture up, or I need you to replaster this wall or something like that when you get home. And the guy's like, okay. And then you get home and you tired, so you sit down or whatever, and she looking at your ass on the couch. She like, man, never mind, I'll do it. And she'll say that loud enough so you can hear it. I thought you was gonna do it. Never mind, I'll do it. You know what I'm saying? He's like, I told you I was gonna do it. And that's gonna turn into an argument. She may not be wrong because you did say you was gonna do it, but it doesn't have to be an argument. But she is overly independent. Okay. So don't get her confused with the career-driven woman. Two different women. Okay. Let's see here. All right. Will with the 199 bomb said, I can do bad up by myself. It's a good song out there. There's something that goes something like that, William. I may be showing my age. I don't want to be up by myself. I can be without you. I could do without you. Who sang that song? I don't want to be out by myself, but I can be without you. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Did I make that up? Somebody sing that song. I don't want to be up. Oh, now my squirrel. Okay. All right. Let's see. Martin Muhammad, 499 bomb, said, very fun but deep convo. She will pop you in your mouth, but with words of shame and guilt. There is constant manipulation. Most guys are just ignorant. That could be it too. Let's see here. Will 199 Bomb said not independent from the maintenance man. Absolutely, man. Maintenance man to get to it. Casual economist. $5 Bomb said, do you plan on doing a live and pairing the black men and black women archetypes? Nah, it may be tough. It honestly may be tough. Honestly, if I was going to do anything, it'd probably be like a voting mechanism or something, or just putting like playing cards, and it would be very tough to do because all these archetypes, they're so different. You know, you could have 4 here and then you could match somebody else. I don't think there's a 1-to-1, type of pairing, in my opinion. Could be wrong, but I may explore it. Who knows? Thank you. Let's see here. First said no. They say celibate because they don't know the difference. Yeah, and I think I explained that in a video, Oluwa, where sometimes they get the wording wrong. They'll say celibate when they actually mean abstinent, but we kind of think we know. Yeah. What is that song? I don't want to be all by myself, but I can be without you. Yeah, I'm gonna find it. Yeah, I got a good memory. I just can't remember the name or who sung it. Okay. I could even start with that song. I will. I will start with that song. Remember, we had to look up. I've even forgot the guy's name. It was the worst song ever, where this dude was getting his ass whooped by his woman. Remember that song? Sometimes I love her, sometimes I love her not. I ain't letting her go, cause she's all I got. Sometimes she nags me and complains a lot. The worst song. Who sing that song? It is the worst. That man was going through hell with that woman, and he made a love song out of it. Y'all know it. Let's see here. Carlton Ward Jr., what up, though? Thank you, brother, with the $50 bomb. He said, Brian McKnight, brother. Oh, Brian McKnight sings that song? Was it really? I don't want to be oh, man. Carlton, yeah, I got to find it now. Yeah, I got to find it. Thank you. Well, we on the right track. This brother knows his stuff. I thought I was tripping, man. Like, I know I didn't make that song up in my sleep or something. Sometimes I do that. So, yeah. Thank you, Carlton. I appreciate that. Let me give you a drop for that.
I took it back to my old energy. And she telling me she feel the chemistry. That's bullshit. She just know I'm rich. But keep going, sweetie.
Thank you, Carlton. Man, I'm going to look that up. Yeah, that's him. That's Jimmy Crozier. That's the Crozier. Yeah, y'all, I know that's him. That's his ass. How the hell you make that song, brother? Martin, 499 Bomb said, maybe for another live, but what's challenging is that many women are amalgamations of more than one type. This is why our emotional labor is so heavy. It's not just women. You may have missed the last live stream that I did with the men. Men fall into many categories as well. So that's why I said it may be tough. It's not just women that you have to, make an amalgamation of or whatever, or make a proverbial rat king from Last of Us 2. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it's the men too. So thank you. And then Mr. J Boogie, what up, though, with the $2 bomb? Thank you, good brother. So, yeah. Yeah, that's him, Mona. We got it. Go listen to that song, you guys. For the young folks, it's the worst song ever, but it sounds good. You may find yourself singing it. I love it. It's the worst song ever, man. All right, let's get to the next one. Did we get to? Oh, nope. I got to play the overly boss chick again, and then we'll get to the stats. Let me find her. I ain't letting her go. Here we go.
I'm the hyper-independent woman. I learned early not to rely on anyone. I pay my own bills. I solve my own problems. I don't ask for help, because help never came when I needed it. Independence wasn't a choice. It was survival.
I'm resilient. I adapt quickly. I don't crumble under pressure. I protect myself emotionally and financially. I don't tolerate instability. I can stand alone, and that strength has carried me far.
But independence can harden into armor. I struggle to receive. I question leadership. I mistake control for safety. Men don't feel needed. They feel unnecessary. And without polarity, attraction fades.
The solution isn't becoming dependent, it's learning interdependence, choosing strength without shutting out support. I align best with secure men who lead without dominance. Softness doesn't erase my power, it expands it.
Interdependence. Okay, here we go. So some of her strengths: ambitious, driven, and accomplished, financially successful and self-sufficient, capable, confident, and resourceful, unapologetic about high standards. Weaknesses: sees independence as vital to identity, struggles with traditional relationship roles. This is one of these types of women that she may not want to be the head, but she'll definitely say she want to be a partner. Okay. Difficulty balancing femininity and leadership, guarded and skeptical of men's intentions. As I stated, she may teeter on the feminist side. Okay. Relationship outcomes challenges: intimidation causes defensiveness and control, views traditional men as limiting or incompatible, attracts men offering perks over partnership. Like I said, the partnership. And then solutions and improvements: cultivate balancing independence with vulnerability, recognize nurturing as reciprocal and not weak. I discussed that ad nauseum. Filter for self-assured men, not just advantageous men. And then seek men who value and support the more feminine her. Okay. And then independence builds defense. Softness builds attraction. So that is the stats for this woman here. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, missed a couple super chats. Martin with 499 bombs. Oh, got that one. Okay, no, we good. We caught up. Thought I missed y'all. All right. So now we can get to the next one. Oh, now this one may be controversial because some guys see this woman as an ideal partner. However, I have created the actual definition of this woman. Let's get to it.
I identify with what people call the pick-me archetype. I tend to emphasize my individuality and flexibility in dating, believing that showing how adaptable I am will increase my chances of being chosen.
My strength is adaptability. I'm agreeable, cooperative, and relationship-oriented. I know how to support, encourage, and create peace, but sometimes at the expense of myself.
My weakness is self, erasure. I'm busy sizing myself against other women, and it turns into a race with no finish line. Men love it because they get the benefits and never feel the pressure to commit or lead.
I downplay my needs, laugh at things that bother me, and let things slide I probably shouldn't. All because I think being low maintenance will earn me loyalty in something that lasts.
Growth for me means realizing that being chosen doesn't require shrinking. By respecting myself, setting boundaries, and valuing me as much as I value partnership. That's real selection.
All right. I told you this one may be a little bit controversial because this is the actual definition of a pick-me woman. And speaking to women who do this, this may be detrimental to your relationship future moving forward. If you are the type of woman that shrinks yourself, keeps her mouth closed when something bothers you, then that's when you become a true pick-me, because that is detrimental to you. And it's easy for guys to take on, you as a girlfriend or as a, casual fling, because you will exhibit certain traits that scream go with the flow, because you are trying to be low maintenance. You don't want to cause problems because you get all of your validation from who? From men. Now, on social media, I've seen women call married women pick-me's. I've seen women call women who aren't, I guess, male-identified pick-me's. They have watered down the actual definition of this woman when essentially it's only detrimental to that woman unless a guy falls for her with her not being herself in order to get the ring. Does that make sense, guys? So yes, pick-me women, their mindset is very attractive to the lay guy, to the regular average guy. Oh man, she's so nice. She's easy to get along with. But She may be playing a part. She may be playing a character just to get into your good graces, become married, and then what happens? She turns into her true self because she secured the man. Make sense? So you have to watch these ladies. Even though you may think that a lot of them are on your side, some of them are just doing it for a personal gain. And then they will show you their true selves once you end up walking down that aisle. Okay? Because it has to take a lot of, I guess, a lot of masking to hold your tongue if something bothers you. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's say you as a man, you do something wrong and she doesn't like it. A pick-me woman won't say anything, but it bothers her. You would want a woman to express her feelings. Hey, I really wish that, you wouldn't do this. And sometimes this may show up in the bedroom. I remember I was talking to one of my friends and we didn't have the term pick me back in the day, but she had started dealing with this guy and she said that got intimate and she says she didn't like something that they were doing. And me being an asshole, I was like, well, did you tell him? Did you tell him? And she was like, no. I was like, what? If it's bothering you, then why don't you tell him? Like, and I had to explain to her, I was like, man, if you already sneaking in with the dude, he didn't already figured out that he got the jackpot. So I'm pretty sure he wouldn't mind if you told him that, hey, I don't like this. Could you not do that? And she was like, all right. So she ended up telling him. And guess what? The guy stopped doing it. So it's that simple. But like I said, a pick-me will just kind of go with the flow. And sometimes, guys, you have to be mindful of these women in these spaces. Some of the shit may sound good, but then when she started talking a little more, then you start to understand, well, you align with certain things that I don't align with. And you sound like one of these other women. So yeah, be mindful of this woman, man. And ladies, if this is you, you better smarten up, okay? Stop playing a role and be yourself. Call shit out in a respectful manner so you can, start, actually being yourself and not the actual pick me, okay? Let's see here. William 199 Bomb said chameleon. Yeah, just like chameleon. Yeah, y'all have heard y'all say that before. Chameleon. You gotta watch out. Jay Renard, what up though? Member for 13 said pick me is an online insult and means nothing at this point. It does. It absolutely does. It's very prevalent on today's dating market. I wouldn't have put this up here if it wasn't. It means nothing to men, but to women, it absolutely does. So that's why we're doing this live stream for who? For women. Okay? So yeah, it definitely means a lot to women. When they get called a pick me. Okay? Thank you for the super chat. All right. Let's play it one more time and then we'll get to the pick me stats. Here we go.
I identify with what people call the pick-me archetype. I tend to emphasize my individuality and flexibility in dating, believing that showing how adaptable I am will increase my chances of being chosen.
My strength is adaptability. I'm agreeable, cooperative, and relationship-oriented. I know how to support, encourage, and create peace, but sometimes at the expense of myself.
My weakness is self, erasure. I'm busy sizing myself against other women, and it turns into a race with no finish line. Men love it because they get the benefits and never feel the pressure to commit or lead.
I downplay my needs, laugh at things that bother me, and let things slide I probably shouldn't. All because I think being low maintenance will earn me loyalty in something that lasts.
Growth for me means realizing that being chosen doesn't require shrinking. By respecting myself, setting boundaries, and valuing me as much as I value partnership. That's real selection.
All right. So the pick me black woman, strengths, relationship oriented, and cooperative. See, that cooperative word will get y'all. Low maintenance and adaptable. Knows how to support, encourage, and create peace. So she has all the traits, but her weakness downplays needs and genuine feelings. That may be a problem. Avoids accountability, expects gratitude. Competes by erasing self to stand apart. Sometimes she may not even agree with the guys that are speaking on these social media conversations. But in order to be different or to be seen as different and not rock the boat, she will, won't say anything so she can stand apart, stand away from the crowd. And there has to be a happy medium there because we all know what the crazy women sound like, all the cursing and shaming and shit like that. You don't have to align with that, but you do need to be able to express yourself in a calm manner and let men know, like, hey, man, I don't agree with that, but let me tell you why. And you don't have to be demonstrative and all this type of stuff. Just explain yourself. She's already feminine. You can do that. Okay? Yeah, be mindful. And then relationship outcomes / challenges. Attracts non-committal men seeking comfort. Competes with other women instead of setting standards. And underappreciated, expected to conform. And then she also lacks power because she shrinks herself. Solutions and improvements. Value self beyond role and comparison. Set intentions and boundaries aligned with standards. And then I got that one. And demand mutual effort, not just low maintenance acceptance, okay, from men. And then she needs to prioritize partnership, not just preference, okay? And that is your pick me woman. All right, let's get to it. I think I missed some super chats. Yep. Okay, Frederick, $5 bomb said, from the beginning of time, one woman made sure that all women now must be under a man's instructions. Instead, in today's time, she moved like her teacher. Okay, appreciate that. And then Malik, $2 bomb said, I'm too obnoxious for a pick me. It won't last, dude. And then Jay Renard, $5 bomb said, you're not wrong, but I see women advocating for accountability being called a pick me. It should have value, but it's been watered down with overuse. Yeah, and I mentioned that, Jay. I don't think you was here right before I started talking about that. I mentioned that, yes, I've seen women call married women pick-me's. I've seen women call a lot of different, women pick-me's that don't even fit the archetype. But for a lot of women that does, it holds a lot of weight. Okay? So, yeah, appreciate that. Let's see here. All right. So, cool. Let's go on to the next one. We got. Here we go. And ladies, like I said, you can be comfortable in your own skin, but this is how a lot of men view you. Here we go.
I'm expressive, alternative, and visibly non-traditional. My piercings, tattoos, and style is how I communicate independence, creativity, and freedom from conventional expectations.
I'm confident. I walk into a room and people feel it. I'm socially open. I'll start the conversation or keep it going. And when I'm excited, you know it. I wear my feelings on my sleeve, literally and figuratively.
What I didn't account for is perception. Many men see the tattoos, the piercings, the braids, and they decide I'm a wild card. Good for a night, maybe a season.
I learned that attraction doesn't equal commitment. Some men enjoy my energy but don't see me as long-term because my aesthetic doesn't align with their values, and that's okay. I'm learning to honor what I want too.
My best outcomes come from alignment, not persuasion. When someone already shares my lifestyle, my worldview, my way of showing up, I don't have to convince them I'm serious. They see it.
All right. The overly tattooed, septum-pierced black woman. I know that's a long one, but yeah, it's so I will say this, and like I said, let's separate how you view art from how men see you on the dating market. Okay, you as a overly tatted woman, that was your decision to make. You may like the expression that it that it says or whatever. The septum piercings, that's all for you, but you have to separate what you do for yourself to how men view you on the dating market. And typically, when men see a woman who is heavily tatted and she has a septum piercing, the first thing that they're going to think is that you went through some sort of trauma, for one. Then they're going to think that you may be easy because of that trauma, and they just want to sneak in. And also with the septum piercing, that screams effeminist to a lot of guys, because some of the worst takes on TikTok comes from women with the septum piercing. And that's how they developed the septum theory. Okay? So yeah, so this is not about how you express yourself. It's just the way men view you on the dating market, which is why I explained in the monologue that it may be tough for you to date because you're going to have to find a suitable man that fits your same aesthetic. So typically, when a woman is overly tatted, they find a guy who is in the tattoo field, or they find a guy who is, I guess, more rocker or whatever type, that has all the tattoos and doesn't mind that. But for regular guys, it is very rare for them to deal with a woman who is heavily tatted. And that's just, it is what it is. Okay. And I know that you probably didn't know that that's how it was going to turn out when you were younger and you were getting all those tattoos, but it absolutely affects, the dating market. Okay. And there's another thing that I wanted to mention about this, but I'll wait. Let's get to I'm gonna get to the stats first and then we'll get to it. Okay. But let's watch it once again. Here we go.
I'm expressive, alternative, and visibly non-traditional. My piercings, tattoos, and style is how I communicate independence, creativity, and freedom from conventional expectations.
I'm confident. I walk into a room and people feel it. I'm socially open. I'll start the conversation or keep it going. And when I'm excited, you know it. I wear my feelings on my sleeve, literally and figuratively.
What I didn't account for is perception. Many men see the tattoos, the piercings, the braids, and they decide I'm a wild card. Good for a night, maybe a season.
I learned that attraction doesn't equal commitment. Some men enjoy my energy but don't see me as long-term because my aesthetic doesn't align with their values, and that's okay. I'm learning to honor what I want too.
My best outcomes come from alignment, not persuasion. When someone already shares my lifestyle, my worldview, my way of showing up, I don't have to convince them I'm serious. They see it.
Yeah, it is tough, man. And I remember women in my age group, I'm 46 years old. Back in the day, y'all remember the rap group or the rap team? I don't know, the Rough Riders. Remember the Rough Riders with DMX and all those guys, Swiss Beats, used to be doing all those crazy beats. It used to have Eve in there. Eve started a trend in the black community amongst our women with women getting those paw tattoos on their titties. Remember that? Right there. And sometimes you will come across an older woman and she'll have on a nice dress, but she got paw print tattoos on her titties, right? She probably didn't know at the time that this was going to affect her on the dating market, but it absolutely does. Okay? So again, if you're a woman who has tattoos and have septum piercings, just remember, you're doing that for yourself. So you should feel comfortable wearing that stuff or having tattoos because you already understand that a lot of men aren't going to see you as wife material. So it has to be about your own self-expression. And if you're comfortable with that, cool. Go out in the dating market, be confident, do what you need to do. But don't get upset at men for rejecting you once you take off, a piece of clothing and they see, 2 long sleeve tats, or they see a big ass, flower with the eye in the middle of your titties, or a neck tat or some shit like that. They may start looking at you different. It is what it is. But that's the way that you express yourself. So you have to be confident in doing so, in doing that, getting the tattoos and wearing the piercings, because a lot of men are turned off by that. Okay? Just letting you know. Advice. All right. Strengths. Confident and unapologetically true to herself. Physically expressive with bold personal style. Vibrant, edgy, and assertive. Aware of her power and independence. Weaknesses. Strong demeanor, may be intimidating. Assumptions about baggage due to appearance, as I stated before. Defensive posture can keep men at a distance. Seen as wild or non-relationship oriented. And then her relationship outcomes / challenges attracts men drawn to tattoos, edge versus substance. Viewed as too much or risky by some men. Defenses up against labels, judgments, and discerns between lust and genuine interest. As I stated, a lot of guys see women like this as easy because they associate the tattoos and piercings with trauma. Even though that may not be the reason, that's how men think on the dating market, single men, okay? Solutions and improvements, balance edginess, self-love with openness, assure men she's multitudes, not trouble, and are multi-layered, not trouble. And then clarify expectations for genuine engagement, filter for men valuing freedom and depth alongside ink. And like I said, I think these women typically align with guys who have a lot of tattoos as well. I think that would be her best bet, in my opinion, because it may be tough. And it's not, again, it's not to say that it doesn't happen sometimes. It absolutely does. But on the balance of probabilities, you may want to try and find guys who have tattoos as well. A lot of them. Okay. Let's see here. All right. The Truth Unfolded. What up? The $2 bomb said, this was the archetype I last entertained. Okay. So I last entertained. So it didn't last, man. Sorry to hear that, man. All right. And again, thank you guys for the super chats. Like I said, you see how much work went into this shit. So yeah, I greatly appreciate it. All right, let's get to the next one. We're not done. All right. Ladies, here we go.
I'm the overweight black woman. I'm kind, approachable, and well-meaning. I want love, companionship, and marriage. But the attention I want from men, it never seems to fully arrive.
My strengths are real. I have a pretty face, a good personality, a stable career. I know how to care for people. Men enjoy my company, just not publicly.
Men will talk to me, date me quietly, even sleep with me, but they don't want to be seen with me. That hurts because I want visibility, not secrecy. Interest without pride isn't commitment. Growing up, other women told me I looked good just the way I was. They cheered me on in salons, at coffee tables, rooftop parties. They taught me confidence, self-love.
The hard truth is this: validation from women didn't translate to attraction from men, and pretending otherwise kept me stuck. Men aren't cruel, they're honest with their choices.
The solution isn't shame, it's responsibility. Losing weight isn't just about men, it's about health, longevity, and self-respect. I need friends who tell me the truth, not just what feels good.
All right. The overweight black woman. And you guys know why I put this in there. And I want to say this. One of the biggest issues that the black community has is that we are afraid to be honest with our sisters. Okay? And one of the biggest issues that I have with women who are in shape is sometimes you guys don't tell these women the truth. That's why I put that part in there where I was saying that women, when these women grow up throughout their whole lives, every woman will tell them that they look fine. Everything is perfect. You don't need to change. That may be cool in woman world, but in men on the dating market, it's going to be tougher for you to find the relationship that you want because of that weight. So again, and I ask this sincerely, if you are an overweight or obese woman, black woman, do you want a man or do you want a woman? If you want a man, then you need to listen to men and you need to acquiesce to what the majority of men like. Now, if you are one of these overweight or obese women and you're saying, I'm going to roll the dice and I'm going to wait until I find that one guy that doesn't mind an overweight or obese woman, have at it. All I'm saying is that you would do a better job on the dating market if you got in shape and get rid of that take me as I am mindset. And before we replay the video, I have a special video for you guys. Okay? I want you to hear from women.
Talk woman to woman right along with you, is that right? It's Barbara here tonight. Barbara, this is Shirley. You might not know who I am. Big old fine, sexy thing like me.
Big old fine, sexy thing like me, Shirley Brown.
Woman to woman. I don't think it's been any more than fair than to call you, you know. There's a man you've been trying to slip around with, baby. He's mine. The bed he sleeps in, and every piece of food he eats. You see, I make it possible. The clothes on his back, I buy them. Even that Lincoln he leans in every day. You see, I promise some notes every month. Woman to woman.
Did you hear that? I don't know if women ever listen to those lyrics. She was confronting a woman and telling her the car that the man drives, the food that he eats, the clothes on his back, who bought them? She bought them. And you see, Shirley Brown was a bigger woman. Big Shirley, right? I think that's where Martin got this from. Okay? So if you listen to those lyrics, plus size women, she's telling you that, hey, these are the things that you're going to have to do if you are a bigger woman. You got to pay for this man's lifestyle. just like that guy on Judge Mathis. Okay, so you better watch out. And like I said, woman to woman, remember this song. All right, let's get to it.
Ideally, I would like to lose more weight before dating. And what really bothers me is every time I tell somebody that, oh, I want to lose more weight before finding a man, they're always flabbergasted, like, oh, you don't need to lose weight. You don't need to change. Like, a man will like you as is, which, like, is true. I'm sure I could find a man who does like me as is, but I feel like the type of men I like skinny girls. And I don't know why we pretend that they don't.
Ladies, you hear this woman say this? I'm a man and I'm telling you this. Now she telling you this. And I despise when women do that to bigger women. You look good the way you are. To who? To women? So she can be cannon fodder when y'all go out on the, you go out on the town and you go into the club and your skinny ass getting all the attention and your bigger girl just sitting back there playing defense on all the guys that's trying to get with you? Is that what you're using her for? Stop doing that. Okay? Tell her the truth, man. Let's get into it.
And I don't know why we sit and we pretend like, oh, like the right guy is going to like you exactly how you are. Like, I'm sorry, I don't want a man who wants a woman who's 40 pounds overweight.
Hear what she said? She don't even want a man who would want a woman who was 40 pounds overweight. That's profound. That's crazy.
I'm just being real. Like, I want a man who wants like an in shape, like, I don't want to say like trophy girlfriend, but like, I don't want a man who wants to date an average girl. You know what I'm saying? And it's like so annoying to me anytime I just tell somebody, yeah, I just want to lose some weight before I start dating. Oh, they look at me like I'm crucifying them. Like, I feel like that's not a bad thing. And it just honestly frustrates me anytime people are like, no, you don't need to lose weight. Like, you'll find a guy who likes you as you are. Like, girl, I don't even like me as I am. I don't even think my body is attractive. What are you talking about?
Go ahead and jump on this bandwagon because everybody talking about appearance. And for some reason, you basic hoes don't think that appearance matters. But I keep telling y'all over and over again that is taught behavior, okay? This message is for y'all young women. Let me tell you something. If you are at a nice, decent size, if your waist is snatched, do not get fat. Okay? Being a BBW is not where it's at. Having body positivity is not where it is. Don't get fat. It is not in my opinion, and I'm a heavier woman, and I am trying my hardest to get this weight off. I'm waking up at 5 a.m. in the morning, going to the gym. For the most part, I done lost a lot of weight, and I feel amazing, but I want to lose about maybe 30 more pounds, okay? Do not get fat. I don't give a fuck I don't care what Lizzo telling y'all. Y'all looking at all this body positivity. Fuck body positivity. Keep that waist small, okay? A woman does not look good, in my opinion, when she's fat. The world will treat you like shit when you are fat. That's just the bottom line. You're not going to be able to obtain certain positions fat. You're not going to be able to have access to certain resources fat. Nobody's going to take you serious fat. Because the bitter reality is, when you look at a person that is morbidly obese and when you look at a person that's not put together, they automatically judge you.
All right. She's speaking nothing but facts, but I wanted to put these videos in here so you guys can hear from women as well. And again, as I stated on my other live stream, it's not necessarily just, you getting in shape to find a man. For one, it's for your health. That should be the number one priority, to get in shape. 2, longevity. You don't want to place that burden on your family, okay? If you become a bedridden, obese woman, guess who's going to end up taking care of you when you get older? It typically falls on the daughters, okay? That's why it was so easy to, at every beginning of the year, we always update our trust and our will, right? If y'all know, y'all use ethos, that's one of the things we use. But updated every year. It's so easy for us to do that with all of our health exams and things of that nature because we stay in shape and we keep our bodies in order. So we can get those higher insurance rates and premiums and things like that, just to make sure, as long as we stay healthy. It's going to be very tough if you become an obese woman and you become, diabetic and things like that, man. It's going to be very tough. Third on the list is definitely for, being more suitable on the dating market. And you know what's funny? I've heard women say things like, broke men shouldn't be on the dating market. You know what the opposite of that is? Overweight women. Men will say the same thing about overweight women. But sometimes overweight women luck up and they will find a dude to deal with, just like a broke man will find a woman to live with. It is what it is. But I see women saying that, oh man, broke men shouldn't be on the dating market. If you ask men, they say, well, plus size women shouldn't be on the dating market asking for soft lives. Think about it before you judge, okay? Let's just play it once again, then we'll get to the stats.
I'm the overweight Black woman. I'm kind, approachable, and well-meaning. I want love, companionship, and marriage. But the attention I want from men, it never seems to fully arrive.
My strengths are real. I have a pretty face, a good personality, a stable career. I know how to care for people. Men enjoy my company, just not publicly.
Men will talk to me, date me quietly, even sleep with me, but they don't want to be seen with me. That hurts because I want visibility, not secrecy. Interest without pride isn't commitment.
Growing up, other women told me I looked good just the way I was. They cheered me on in salons, at coffee tables, rooftop parties. They taught me confidence, self-love.
The hard truth is this: validation from women didn't translate to attraction from men, and pretending otherwise kept me stuck. Men aren't cruel, they're honest with their choices.
The solution isn't shame, it's responsibility. Losing weight isn't just about men, it's about health, longevity, and self-respect. I need friends who tell me the truth, not just what feels good.
All right, so the overweight Black woman strengths: curvy and feminine with attractive features, often friendly, outgoing, and approachable. And I've heard this from men a couple of times where they say, overweight women tend to have the best personalities. It's because they have to work on the intangibles outside of their physical appearance. Just like we tell, shorter guys, you got to be exceptional in other areas. You can't be short, broke, and overweight. Okay. Same thing applies here. Strengths: nurturing, emotionally expressive, and lighthearted. Exudes confidence, humor, and body positivity. And I told you guys, it is a studied and statistical fact that Black women feel far more comfortable being overweight than any other race of women. I have videos on there out there about this. So that's why that confidence, they feel so confident in their skin, because sometimes Black men, we aid in Black women becoming overweight because that ass though, okay? Dudes will see a woman who is obviously obese, but that ass though. And next thing you know, he's sneaking in, and now she's like, well, I get men, but you get men for what? Because that ass though. All right, let's continue. Weaknesses: health concerns perceived as lifestyle choices, viewed as lacking discipline, self-control, or ambition, assumed to have lower physical stamina and lower sexual selectivity. Body likely overshadows other positive traits, and it always tends to. Challenges: attracts men seeking access. Men can be more honest. I want to sneak in with you right now. And they will tell this woman that in her face. Candidates are limited to men with specific preferences. It is very rare. And I'm not sure if Malik, I'm not trying to call you out, but I'm not sure if Malik is talking about, I know he has a limit, right? But if you are an obese woman, it's a small pool of men that fall into that category that are actually attracted to those types of women. Okay? Very rare. But if you want to bank on that, that's your decision to make. Okay? Let's see here. And then also feedback can turn from preference to stigma. And then her solutions and improvements: separate self-worth from weight or external validation. And that comes from the women, specifically women. Stop listening. Date men who appreciate full-figure women without judgment, evaluate interests and boundaries of potential partners more carefully, address metabolic health, and share goals with a supportive partner. Some guys will get on that journey with you, okay? But the journey has to lead towards you losing weight, getting your health in order. He will help you because some guys don't mind an overweight woman, especially if she's attractive. You know what I'm saying? She got a pretty face. This woman, the AI version, this woman got a pretty face. She probably wouldn't have a problem finding a dude. You know what I'm saying? If she had all the attributes. But then down the line, the health will become an issue. Okay? So got to work towards something. All right? Okay. Let's get it out of there. That was good. So, hey, Oliver, with the super sticker, $5 bomb. And we get to play some of the ladies drops.
Now sing.
Thank you. Thank you. I thought I had some more up there. You'll go one more.
Look, certified babes.
I don't even know if y'all can hear this. Baby, I ain't average. Wrap it up and sound me like a package. Piling on the bitch, I am the Mavericks.
Okay. Thank you all. I know you probably been busy in the chat. Thank y'all for being here. I appreciate it. What's this? What is this? Oh, my water bottle in the way. I don't like that. I don't like that shit. Okay. All right, let's get to the next one. What we got? Yep, here we go.
I became a single mother before I fully understood how dating really works. I assumed good men would eventually accept me and my child. The first time I heard otherwise, it was black men online saying it plainly, and I wasn't ready to hear it.
I'm resilient. I've raised a child, held things together, and learned responsibility fast. I'm nurturing, loyal, and I know how to build a home. Those are real strengths. But I had to learn that strengths alone don't automatically create romantic commitment.
My biggest mistake was confusing attention for intention. Just because someone liked what they saw didn't mean they were ready to build something real. I also struggled when I first heard men clearly state their dating boundaries, because I wasn't ready to fully accept what that meant for my situation.
The solution is realism, not bitterness. I'm better aligned dating men who already have children, usually closer to or older than my age. I had to accept that men can't be shamed into commitment, only chosen through compatibility and honesty. And when that alignment clicks, it's peace.
All right. Now, hopefully you guys heard the script that I put in there where I was telling, the single mother needs to align with men who already have children. And also what I've learned is the first time that black women have ever heard black men speak honestly about this was on social media. And that's why you see so many single mothers get upset when they finally hear the true thoughts of black men. And I think in that I think these spaces are necessary because I think black women need to hear that, because I know we've all heard the study that black men are more apt to deal with and marry single mothers. That may be true, but that is a small percentage of men. So if I'm telling you that, let's say out of the 30, let's say there's 100 black men married, and I'm telling you that 5% of them are men who married single mothers, right? And then compared to the other races of men, 1%, 2%, 3%. Yes, black men lead the category, but it's a small percentage. So that's why it's like somewhat of a culture shock to a lot of black women who had children when they hear black men say, no, I'm never dating a single mother or never marrying a single mother. I have to get my verbiage right because I think that's where a lot of women slip up. They'll hear a pandering man say, I don't mind dating single mothers. Date, not marry. And that's I know I'm giving advice to women who listen to panders, even though I despise those guys. You need to start calling them men out. What do you mean date? Would you marry a single mother? You, brother, you don't have kids. So you saying date, would you marry a single mother? 9 times out of 10, they're going to say no. But if they're trying to get to that bag, they're going to lie to you and say yes. So it is very rare for a man with no children to marry a woman with children. And again, exceptions happen. There was a woman on Instagram saying, I married a guy, I had kids, and I'm celibate, and I'm engaged to this guy. I'm like, wow, wonder what that guy, hey, it is what it is. But it happens, very rare, okay? And also, I want to address this, and I've said this before. The marketing for Black single mothers is piss poor. You guys do a poor job of marketing yourselves on social media. And I'm going to show you why. Watch this.
Is for all the men out there that choose to date a single mom and think that because you are dating a single mom that we need your help or your assistance, or that you're taking on all the kids that come with us. I don't know what's up with these guys out here, and I'm dating and I'm new to this, and I'm a single mom, a successful businesswoman that doesn't necessarily need your help. The only thing that I need your help with is to be my man and consistency and show up in the relationship. But for some reason, as I'm out here in these dating freaking streets, I'm talking to these boys and they're telling me that, oh, well, you have to understand what comes along with you having 3 kids. You have to understand what.
Lady, you got 3 kids. And you saying that this man ain't going to have to help raise those kids? And I always use this example. If y'all get together and he buys a pizza, what, he just going to give you a slice and he going to keep the rest of the pizza for himself? The kids ain't going to get none? Of course he's going to have to provide for them kids. Stop saying that I provide for my family. You don't need to come in and be their stepdad. He going to be living in the house, ain't he? Yes, he's going to. That's why I said the single mother marketing department needs to be fired, okay? Goodness.
It comes along with you being a single mother. I'm getting extremely frustrated because nobody is out here dating and saying, hey, I want you to come take care of my family. What I am asking for is a relationship. And I think that if you are a man who is dating a single mother, yes, you have to understand that you are not just dating her. You're probably dating her kids too.
Yes.
But if you are strong, an alpha, a real...
No, see, and again, marketing department needs to be fired. You cannot shame men into dating and or marrying a single mother. What you think is going to happen? It's going to be guys in the chat and they're going to, you saying, oh man, if you're strong, you're an alpha man, it's going to be dudes like, well, I'm an alpha man. Well, shoot, let me go ahead and sign up for this single mother. I don't want to be considered nothing else but an alpha. You see how she just shamed us? I know I'm an alpha. I'll show her and marry and take care of her and her 3 kids. Yeah, that's not how this works. The marketing department needs to be fired. Here we go.
Freaking man. You're not going to talk about the fact that, oh, dating you come with all of these things unless you don't have it. You have nothing to come with. Like,
you see, none of this is attractive, single mothers. When you have women like this being the mouthpiece, this is what men see. Okay? Her ass. This is stupid. What you mean if he don't have it? He have it, but he just don't want to spend it on 4 dependents.
If you're not in a good enough position to take on me and my 3 kids, then don't talk to me. You're just not my guy. That doesn't mean that every man out there, because I've had boyfriends, that doesn't mean that every man out there cannot take on a woman with children. And it's frustrating because I'm like, if these are the conversations that I'm having with men, what are my single mom friends out here having with men? This is so frustrating. The audacity that these guys feel like they can tell me.
Yes, they can tell you that they don't want to date you because you have 3 runarounds. Okay? You have 3 buckaroos.
Well, you have to know what you're coming with. Well, you have to recognize that it's not just you. You have 3 kids. As if I don't know that I'm a mother with 3 children is really frustrating. And I'm trying to keep my cool and not like snap at any of these guys.
Trying not snap and... She mad at y'all, ain't she? What you mean, snap? You can't shame these men into dating you. You got 3 runarounds. All right, here we go.
I'm talking to them, but it's extremely frustrating to know that because I'm a mom, you're looking at me differently, as you should in a certain way.
Yes.
But you shouldn't for once ever have the audacity that I can't catch a man, or I can't catch a date, or I can't catch a husband because I have 3.
Nah, no, see, you try, no, catch a man, catch a date. Stop it right there. First of all, your attitude is piss poor. It will be hard for any man to deal with this. They listen to you speak, and they like, oh man, I want to marry this woman. They may roll around in the hay with your ass, but that's about it. First thing that you need to do, young lady, is fix your goddamn attitude. This is not attractive at all. What you thought this video was gonna do? Put a battery in men's back and make them more open to dating or marrying single mothers? No, it's the craziest thing.
That's your perspective. So when I'm married, walking down the aisle with my man who takes on me and my beautiful daughters, your sorry ass will be sitting there wondering, how the hell? Oh, it wasn't you. It wasn't you.
Okay. Prove us wrong. Now listen, again, single mother marketing department needs to be fired.
Squeeze y'all hand real tight when I say this. Single mothers don't give a fuck if you want them or not.
I told y'all how I feel about these young women cursing, man. None of this is attractive. Now they're saying they don't care. Okay, see? I guess that does the legwork for the guys in the chat. They won't be shamed like the other woman. You see these two differing opinions? Here we go.
I keep seeing these videos of these men. Oh, nobody wants a single mother. Nobody. Y'all talk about it more than we talk about it. I can rest assured you single mothers is not out here. I need a man. I hope this man talks to me. I hope this man call me. I hope he texts me. I hope he sends me out. Have you ever tried to take a single mother on a date? We're too busy mothering. Like,
they know that. Okay.
We don't care.
I keep seeing this discourse on TikTok about single moms and dating single moms and who doesn't want to date single moms and, oh, you're not worthy and all this stuff. Blah, blah, blah. As a former single mom of 2 kids with 2.
So when she said former single mom, so I'm assuming that she's married now, right? Is that what that means? The way that she worded that, it was weird to me, but okay.
Baby daddies, I have the room to say what I'm about to say. Every time you have another kid by another man or multiple kids by multiple men, your dating pool of men that will take you serious and want to date you to marry you and see you as a wifey prospect and see you as somebody they want to build their life with and take serious gets smaller. And that's just bottom line, period. End of story, end of discussion, no argument.
All right. She was trying to let the women know, but yeah, so there it is, ladies. And like I said before, man, the marketing department for single mothers needs to be fired, because 9 times out of 10, we rarely see the women that were depicted in the video that I created. We typically see the 2 women that were talking before. And it's like, you guys seem like you can shame men into dating and or marrying you. That's not how this shit works. Okay. If anything, you need to be more agreeable than the women with no kids. All right. All right. Before I go down on a tangent, before I get to the stats, I already talked to the stats. Did I get the? No, I didn't. Let's watch it again, and then we'll get to the stats for the single mom. Here we go.
I became a single mother before I fully understood how dating really works. I assumed good men would eventually accept me and my child. The first time I heard otherwise, it was black men online saying it plainly, and I wasn't ready to hear it.
I'm resilient. I've raised a child, held things together, and learned responsibility fast. I'm nurturing, loyal, and I know how to build a home. Those are real strengths, but I had to learn that strengths alone don't automatically create romantic commitment.
My biggest mistake was confusing attention for intention. Just because someone liked what they saw didn't mean they were ready to build something real. I also struggled when I first heard men clearly state their dating boundaries, because I wasn't ready to fully accept what that meant for my situation.
The solution is realism, not bitterness. I'm better aligned dating men who already have children, usually closer to or older than my age. I had to accept that men can't be shamed into commitment, only chosen through compatibility and honesty. And when that alignment clicks, it's peace.
All right. So the Black single mother: strengths, deep emotional capacity, and nurturing instincts. Got a little Aiden right there. Strong sense of responsibility and resilience. Highly protective of her children and household. Motivated by stability, structure, and security. Often develops strong time management and multitasking skills. Like the woman said, hey, when you got to take a single mother on a date, she got to make sure that time management is good. Weaknesses: limited flexibility in dating due to parental obligations, of course. Emotional fatigue from carrying multiple roles alone. Difficulty separating romantic desire from parental needs. May overestimate men's willingness to assume instant family responsibility. And that goes back into these women trying to date men with no kids. If you got kids and he doesn't, you really think that this man is there to try and build a family and marry you? Think about it. All right. And also can become defensive when confronted with male boundaries. We see this all the time in the Black community. It's like that woman was trying to shame men into marrying her. You can't, it don't work like that. Challenges: smaller dating pool compared to childless peers. And I say that in particular for the Black community because the largest gap in mothers and fathers is within the Black community. Currently, 61% of Black women have ever mothered a child, at least one. Only 46% of Black men have ever fathered a child. That is a 15% difference, okay? So if it was a 1-to-1, it would stop at 46, okay? And then you would have an overage of 15 women, 15 single mothers, Black single mothers that are still out there, okay? That's how the math kind of shakes out. And the Black community is under the impression that all these Black men are just having all of these children and making families. They all Cam Newton, Nick Cannon, Zion, and all these other dudes. Stephon Diggs. No, those are the guys that y'all choose to procreate. All of y'all. That's why we have the largest percentage gap in the Black community, 15%. So that's why this woman is very prevalent. Okay, Lord. Okay. And then also confuses sexual interest with relationship intent. I just discussed that. Solutions: improvements. Date men who already have children and shared life context. Expand age range to men with comparable responsibilities. Separate sexual validation from commitment indicators. And I say that on purpose because, you know, a very involved single mother with her children, she doesn't have that much time. But typically when single mothers do have time to get away, they try and make the best out of that time. And making the best out of that time is getting your back broke. Okay? And men know that. So sometimes you got to stave off that to make sure that that dude is there for the right reasons. Because I know that you don't have enough, you know, you have free time like that. But every time you have free time, shouldn't be used to be sneaking in. And that's the ultimate goal. You don't even know this dude's last name. You just know that it's a guy that you like and you can hang out at his house when you have time away from your buckaroos. Okay? Be mindful. So motherhood builds strength. Compatibility builds partnership. All right. Let's get that. I've got a couple super chats. Thank y'all again. Let me go all the way up. Yeah, I miss a gang. Hold on. All right. The Geek Surgeon, what up, though? $5 bomb said recovering BBW lover had to fall back due to age and semi-retired from the game. Had to go to BBW Anonymous. I'm working out now. Okay. Appreciate it, brother. Is that K Killer? 499 bomb said 27, late bloomer, new tech millionaire. Your channel has really helped me improve over the last year. Thank you, Media Man. Oh, my pleasure, man. And shout out to you, brother. Good. Like I said, man, these young folks get to that bag, man. Shout out to you. Salute to you. Good to hear. Thank you, brother. Let's see here. Let's see. Got Will. What up, though? The $9.99 bomb. Appreciate that. It said, not sorry. I'm not raising someone else's kids. Go get their daddy. Hey, brother. Everybody got preferences. You do what you need to do. Thank you. Dante Bryant with the $2 bomb said $1, $2, $3 is a hell no for me. Yeah, $3 at that. Lord. Sweet Christmas. Joel, what up though? With the $4.99 bomb said, do you think the men they are looking for after the kids are the same ones they wanted before? I don't know. I don't notice they never guilt trip men with kids. I've heard that male-centric space talking point before, where guys say, or I think it was a woman that started it, where they said single men. It was something like single men who date single mothers are the men that single mothers wouldn't date if they didn't have children. There may be some truth to that. Oh, appreciate it. All right, let's see here. Cool. All right, let's go to the next. On to the next one. It's getting a little heavier. Y'all starting to notice that, right? Let me get ready for this. Here we go.
Divestor seeking black woman. People say I'm just choosing the best man for the job, but let's be honest. I'm intentionally dating outside my race, mostly white men, and I've built an identity around that choice.
To me, strengths is adaptability. I soften my tone, become more agreeable, and try harder in interracial dating spaces. I'm willing to change my behavior to make relationships work.
I often frame my preference as empowerment or standards, but it's also shaped by disappointment. Instead of processing those experiences, I redirect my energy into content that contrasts white men favorably against black men.
My blind spot is imbalance. The effort isn't always matched. Attention or short-term interest can feel like success, even when it doesn't lead to commitment, stability, or marriage.
When things don't work out, I'm tempted to circle back and call it a lesson. But growth, for me, means more than rewriting the past. It's accountability. Owning the choices I made, letting old resentment heal.
Over time, I noticed that praise doesn't equal partnership. Validation doesn't equal selection. And public admiration doesn't always translate into long-term outcomes or family formation. That's reality.
All right. I know people are probably asking, like, why would you put a divestor in here if they are trying to look for white men? It's because white men rarely marry black women. According to the Census Bureau in 2015, only 0.5% of married white men are married to black women. Okay? And I believe almost less than 1% of black women are married to white men. So the reason why I put the divestor in there is because sometimes these women will learn the hard way that this one-way obsession that they have with white men doesn't work out. Where do they come next? Back to you. Thanos, back to me. They're going to come back to black men because they figured that, hey, I couldn't divest like I wanted to. Now I'm looking for a black man to save me. So that's why you guys need to be mindful of this woman right here. And it's up to you guys in the chat, single guys, to either say yay or nay and allow her to come back, to reach back. That's what they call it, right? So that's why you need to be mindful of these divestor-seeking black women who spread all this type of hatred towards black men, but once they get older, then they try and get their stuff together, okay? There's a couple black women on TikTok that are now so-called advocates for black love, even though they have championed themselves as I was a former divestor or a former swirler, and they're giving advice as to how white men are no different than black men. And I've even seen some black men accepting this woman and her message. And I know exactly who I'm talking about. And it's so funny to see her, you know, in these spaces, and I see black men saying, yeah, come on back, sister. I'm like, really? Y'all really want that? A woman that spent her life divesting, thinking that white men was better, and y'all want this woman to be the spokesperson for, you know, let me tell you how it really is when you date a white man. We already know. That's why y'all got me. You know, you got the statistics. I show you that. But yeah, it's a lot of them over there on TikTok that try and, you know, try and sliver their way back into these spaces. I know the game. I see you. I see you. Y'all single men, watch out. Watch out. All right, let's play it one more time, and then we're gonna get to it. Get to the stats.
Divestor seeking black woman. People say I'm just choosing the best man for the job, but let's be honest. I'm intentionally dating outside my race, mostly white men, and I've built an identity around that choice.
To me, strengths is adaptability. I soften my tone, become more agreeable, and try harder in interracial dating spaces. I'm willing to change my behavior to make relationships work.
I often frame my preference as empowerment or standards, but it's also shaped by disappointment. Instead of processing those experiences, I redirect my energy into content that contrasts white men favorably against black men.
My blind spot is imbalance. The effort isn't always matched. Attention or short-term interest can feel like success, even when it doesn't lead to commitment, stability, or marriage.
When things don't work out, I'm tempted to circle back and call it a lesson. But growth, for me, means more than rewriting the past. It's accountability. Owning the choices I made, letting old resentment heal.
Over time, I noticed that praise doesn't equal partnership. Validation doesn't equal selection. And public admiration doesn't always translate into long-term outcomes or family formation. That's reality.
All right. So the divestor seeking black woman. I told ChatGPT to make her with a hard wig. Hard wig, soft life. And this is what they came up with. That's so funny. So strengths, willing to change personality to attract the men she prefers, i.e., she will become more agreeable if she's trying to date a white man or marry a white man. And then eager to please and try harder with white men. Yes, we've seen that before. Adaptable, learns to present as softer and more agreeable when she's dating white men. Okay? Weaknesses. Emphasis seems one-sided. It is the craziest thing. It's a one-sided admiration or a one-way obsession because white men don't reciprocate the obsession that these types of black women do. You know what I'm saying? And it's so funny. I'm like, man, y'all don't. I be thinking like these women that do this, white men love us and all this stuff, and the white dudes is just sitting there like, what y'all talking about? Like, I don't know. Okay. And then, let's see here. Often defends short-term validation while ignoring long-term demand. And then, so with this defense short-term, I did a video on this where I see black women will say, all the white men that I've dated, they treated me great. I had a great time. But then the key word in there is all the white men that I dated in the past, or they all treated me well. So I'm thinking like, well, if they treated you well, then why didn't you marry one of them? At least one. But what I've noticed is that any interaction with the white man for these types of women is considered a win. Even though the relationship was only probably sexual, it didn't go anywhere. But as long as that white man showed up, maybe took her to a chicken shack or something like that, and she's like, oh, he opened my door, he held out my chair. I've never had a black man do that, but the white man is nowhere to be found. He ran off with the cheeks, and you sitting there singing his praises. I've never understood that until I started diving a little bit deeper into this, and I noticed that they have higher standards for black men as opposed to white men. Black men got to do all this type of foolery, and then they'll say, oh, well, I need to date the man that's best for the job, to say, white men. It's a crazy dynamic. I learned that. And then also, return attempts to the black community are often met with distrust. Shout out to you, black men. Okay. Relationship challenges. Praises white men online, hoping presence leads to partnership. It rarely does. Receives short-term attention from white men more than long-term efforts. We see it in the statistics. White men will sneak in, and absolutely white men are contributing to the children out of wedlock rates among black women. Okay? Final outcomes, less likely to lead to marriage and stability. So solutions and improvements focus on character, consistency, and mutual goals over race alone. Define standards for genuine partnership, self-respect over status, move earnestly, not with agenda-driven motives of revenge. And that's specifically talking to these types of women. But again, This is probably the only archetype that I would prefer that they stay trying to date other races of men, because I don't want these types of women coming over to black men and expecting you guys to move, mountains when all the white man had to do was show up with, a snack pack or a Lunchable and shit, and she considered that romantic or something. Yeah. So I would prefer these types of black women to stay over there. Don't mess with these black men over here. They good. So I'm a little bit biased with this one. Let's see here. Dante Bryant, $2 bomb, said white men tell her she sing. White men tell her she sing all damn day. Yeah. I got that in one of my clips here. White men tell her to sing all damn day. Eat the cake, anime. Oh, that was a great movie. What's love got to do? All right. So that was a good one. Let's get to the next one. Oh, man. We see her pop up. We see this one pop up all the time. Here we go.
I didn't grow up celibate. I lived my life, had relationships, maybe even children. But at a certain point, I decided to slow down, heal, and take sex off the table. For me, celibacy became a reset, not a punishment, but a spiritual boundary.
Celibacy helped me gain clarity. I became more intentional, more selective, and more grounded in my values. I stopped confusing chemistry with compatibility, and I learned how to protect my body, my emotions, and my peace.
What I had to accept was this. My decision doesn't automatically align me with every man. Some men are celibate by choice or faith, and many of them want partners whose paths mirror theirs. That mismatch isn't rejection. It's reality.
My growth came from alignment, not expectation. If celibacy is my path, I need to be in spaces where that's shared, faith-based communities, value-driven environments. And I can't expect men to adopt boundaries they didn't choose.
All right. And you guys know I've done multiple videos on this, and I had to explain it from the male's perspective. Women, your celibacy or abstinence journey, it has nothing to do with the men that you're trying to date. Okay? So if you run into a guy on the secular dating market and you tell him, I am celibate or abstinent now, and he's like, oh, no, thank you. I'm not celibate. I'm not abstinent. It was nice to meet you. Good day to you. You should go find somebody that aligns with your values. Don't get upset at him. He didn't sign up for that. You did. That's your journey. And I tell women that all the time on every video that I've done about this particular topic. Don't try and shame men for not accepting you, because you're celibate. And also, I told men, don't play that waited out game with these types of women, because typically, they'd already had sex. Okay, they're not virgins. Some of these celibate or abstinent women, they even have kids, but they want you to wait. And some dudes will try and wait it out and think that, as long as I keep showing up, she's going to end up letting me sneak in. Don't do that. You're wasting time. Tell that woman to stay on her path and go find a man who is celibate or abstinent. You don't have time to be playing these dumbass games. Leave these types of women alone, okay? Because we know some of these women are just in between weenies, okay? So, and what I mean by that is they were in a relationship having sex. Then they broke up with that guy so that in time, in between time, that's when she's celibate or abstinent. But then when she meets the next guy that she's aroused by, then the celibacy or abstinence stops, okay? In between weenies. That's what a lot of women consider abstinent or celibacy. And I'm saying both of them at the same time because we get them all confused, okay? So they kind of mean the same thing when women discuss this, okay? So leave those women alone. If you are not on a celibacy journey, don't try and make her break hers, okay? And also, send her off. Don't get upset. It is what it is, because we already know that certain women will use this tactic on men that they don't like, okay? They really don't. They're really not attracted to. I'm going to be celibate for him because I'm not that attracted to him. But if she was attracted and or aroused by the guy, she's not, all of a sudden, she's not celibate or abstinent anymore. We know the game. So the best bet for single men is to leave these types of women alone, send her over to the sexless tribe so she can find those men over there. Okay? Give, the young lady, I keep forgetting her name, but give her some, some more clients to work with, because that'll weed them out if they really serious about being abstinent or celibate. Okay, get your ass out of the secular dating market and go over there and find a guy. Okay, let's see here. Let's get back to it, and then we'll get to the stats. Here we go.
I didn't grow up celibate. I lived my life, had relationships, maybe even children. But at a certain point, I decided to slow down, heal, and take sex off the table. For me, celibacy became a reset, not a punishment, but a spiritual boundary.
Celibacy helped me gain clarity. I became more intentional, more selective, and more grounded in my values. I stopped confusing chemistry with compatibility, and I learned how to protect my body, my emotions, and my peace.
What I had to accept was this. My decision doesn't automatically align me with every man. Some men are celibate by choice or faith, and many of them want partners whose paths mirror theirs. That mismatch isn't rejection, it's reality.
My growth came from alignment, not expectation. If celibacy is my path, I need to be in spaces where that's shared, faith-based communities, value-driven environments. And I can't expect men to adopt boundaries they didn't choose.
All right, so the newly celibate, abstinent Black woman. So values our strengths, values spirituality, self-discipline, and inner growth. Prioritizes celibacy and abstinence as a path to clarity. Seeks a godly union centered on shared beliefs. Displays patience, purity, and discernment. And then weaknesses, seen as rigid or overly judgmental. And that's the reason why I put that in there. Sometimes these women get upset when I tell men not to deal with women who are celibate or abstinent, if that's not what you signed up for. Okay. Struggles to find compatible men in the dating pool. And that's because sometimes these women have children, and also they're not virgins. The issues that they run into is like when they go to the sexless tribe, for example, some of those guys are virgins and they also don't have kids. And guess what? They want a woman who are virgins and don't have kids. Sometimes when you are a newly celibate woman, you don't meet their criteria. So that's why your dating pool shrinks. Okay. Let's see here. Rigid standards can be seen as unrealistic. Expecting a man to wait, for sex when you already have proof that you didn't have sex before. You got a buckaroo running around. Okay. Can struggle navigating realities of modern dating. Everybody out here sneaking in. Relationship outcomes and challenges. Attracts men with similar faith but fewer options overall. Views casual expectations as disrespectful. Encountering, it wasn't disrespectful before, but now it is. Go figure. Encountering temptation, test commitment, and then pressure to move fast when commitment is reached. So when she does find a man sexually arousing, then that may be the guy that breaks her celibacy. And then solutions, improvements, emphasize benefits of abstinence beyond celibacy. I got something for you guys. Did you hear that? Emphasize benefits of abstinence beyond celibacy. Find men on similar spiritual journeys. Encourage non-physical, meaningful bond early, and filter men committed to abstinence or marriage. Now, when I first was doing some research on this, let's see here. Emphasize benefits of abstinence beyond celibacy. Let me show you guys something, because you probably like, what are some of the benefits beyond celibacy? I thought I put that in there, but I'm going to send this to here and we're going to go over this real quick. If any of the guys wanted to know and you were considering dealing with a woman who is now abstinent or celibate. All right. Let's go ahead. So guys, here are some of the benefits of abstinence beyond celibacy. So psychological clarity and emotional regulation, clearer headspace for rational partner vetting, reduces attachment anxiety, trauma bonding, and impulsive decisions, stronger boundary discipline, cultivates self-control and raises standards across life, less dependent on sex for validation or emotional regulation. Better partner screening, removes convenience seekers early in the dating process, reveals deeper, more aligned intentions, and then it reduces pair bonding confusion. That is something that is very prevalent in today's conversations. I hear a lot of people talk about pair bonding. Let's see here. Reduces premature emotional entanglement. Slows attachment by minimizing oxytocin-driven pair bonding. And then identity recalibration, recovers self-worth and agency beyond sexual desirability, strength, inner values, and self-respect. And then also lower risk profile. You know damn well I was going to put that in there. No STIs, unplanned pregnancies, or legal/reputational messes. Tranquility over potential chaos. And then also increased selectivity, standards reset, raises standards instead of negotiating against loneliness, resets priorities, tolerance, and intention. So discernment builds leverage and alignment builds fulfillment. So those are some of the positives outside of, if you're not having sex, then you got to look at what else do I gain with being celibate or abstinent. There you go. Okay. So that's what we got. All right. So let's go ahead and get her up out of there. Cool. Did I miss any super chats? Oh, we good. All right. Let's keep it moving. All right. So we almost at the end, guys. We got 2 more. And then we'll get up out of here. Let's end it on some good notes.
I'm a late bloomer. I didn't prioritize dating or relationships early on. I focused on survival, growth, and figuring myself out. Romance came later for me, and I'm okay with that.
My strength is maturity. I'm self-aware, emotionally grounded, and intentional. I know who I am now, what I value, and what kind of partnership I actually want.
My blind spot was timing. I underestimated how age, availability, and life stages shift the currents of dating. Desire doesn't pause the market, even when growth happens later.
My challenge is balancing confidence with flexibility. I don't want to rush or settle, but I also can't approach dating like I have unlimited time. My path forward is intention. I expand my social circles, stay open to aligned partners, and act consistently with my goals. Late doesn't mean lost.
In dating, I notice fewer options and higher expectations on both sides. I bring clarity, but I also have to meet people where they are, not where I wish things started.
All right, the late bloomer black woman. We did the same thing for the black men once we did our archetypes for the guys. But yeah, this woman absolutely exists. She's not jaded. She doesn't have that much relationship experience, but she kind of figured out like, hey man, I want to try out this marriage thing. So she enters the dating market late, and she doesn't know as much as I guess a woman who was active on the dating market should. But that is considered a positive to a lot of men who qualify for this particular woman. Okay. So some of her strengths is self-aware, emotionally grounded and intentional, mature and clear on her values and desires. She's life experienced and evolving, wise and mindful and seeking genuine connection. Excuse me. Weaknesses, underestimated timing by treating underestimated time, slower weaving romance into life. Like I said, she don't have that much experience. May overvalue freedom, delaying partnership. And then dating challenges, outcomes are fewer, more selective options, stronger sense of urgency. She got to get to it. She getting older. And then clarity that requires depth, but reality with less time. Effort is valued, but response harder to earn. And then solutions and improvements, expand social circles to meet like-minded aspirational people, pace consistent and with goals aligned, promote preferences, define standards without frustration. Okay. And then peace doesn't come from playing catch up. It comes from moving aligned. So as I stated before, this woman's, sometimes guys, it's a somewhat of a contradiction. I say, guys, you say, I don't want a woman I don't want a woman who's, you say, I don't want women who are sexually experienced. But then if you get a woman like this who is a late bloomer, she might not know how to flip and dip it. You know what I'm saying? So you may have to teach her a little bit, you know, and some dudes may think that's not a positive trait, you know, but if you're a guy looking for a marriageable woman, I would say that this would probably be it. Okay. Let's see here. All right. So yeah, as single guys, I think y'all will be willing to teach, hopefully. Okay. All right. So let's get to the last one. This one should be good. Here we go.
I represent the integrated, balanced Black woman. I've taken pieces from different phases of my life and learned how to blend growth, self-awareness, and realism into how I move through relationships.
My strengths are emotional regulation, accountability, and adaptability. I know how to communicate, self-correct, and cooperate without abandoning my identity or my boundaries.
I understand that no archetype exists in isolation. I've had seasons of ambition, independence, softness, and mistakes, and I've learned from each.
In dating, I lead with clarity instead of performance. I don't audition, compete, or posture. I focus on alignment, shared values, and mutual effort, not validation.
I've learned that balance doesn't mean perfection. It means knowing when to lead, when to receive, when to be firm, and when to be flexible, without resentment.
Being integrated means choosing intention over ego and alignment over illusion. Balance isn't accidental. It's built through honesty, reflection, and consistent action.
I no longer confuse attention with intention or independence with strength. Growth taught me that sustainable relationships require cooperation, timing, and emotional maturity.
Okay, so this is the ultimate goal for the Black woman. She kind of took pieces from everybody's, traits or whatever, and she kind of perfected them. So this is the integrated, balanced Black woman that is actually ready for marriage. So if you are a single Black man, you need to find a woman with these types of traits, like they kind of understand, they learned, and they're here now. Okay. So traits: emotionally regulated and self-aware. She takes accountability for growth and outcomes. Adaptable, realistic, and solution-oriented. Cooperates without compromising boundaries. Remember, like we talked about the pick-me? She's not compromising her boundaries, but she will cooperate, okay? Priorities in dating: values alignment over validation. Leads with sincerity, not performance. Vets for mutual effort, not posturing. All this ties into that pick-me archetype, okay? She is the positive archetype of that, okay? Builds based on cooperation and not control. Lessons learned: attention isn't always intention or interest. That is something that a lot of guys have been trying to get women to understand. Just because you have a lot of guys in your DMs, that doesn't mean that there's a lot of husbands in there. There's a lot of weenies, but it's not a lot of husbands, okay? Independence never replaces genuine partnership. Maturity matters as much as chemistry. Absolutely. Solutions and mindset: prioritize clear standards, not ego boosting. Focus on alignment, not competition. Choose honesty over comfort. Build balanced relationships through consistent action. Okay. Balance isn't found, it's built through growth and alignment. So if there was a cheat sheet that I would give to single Black women, it would be this right here. Okay. So this is something that you can evaluate yourselves on and see if you meet those requirements, or have you accepted certain things that are on this list. Are you willing to build balanced relationships through consistent actions? Are you willing to take accountability? These are things that you need to ask yourself, Black women, once you go on the dating market, because Black men are watching you. Social media, y'all be on here. Make sure you know what I'm saying, you make content, not necessarily trying to appeal to men, but it puts you in a positive light. You guys saw the videos with the single mothers. Oh. What time is it? Excuse me. Hold on, I pulled that out. Wait. One. Let me see. Man, I know it's getting this late. What time is it? Yeah, man, I gotta breathe. It's almost 10:30. Damn, we've been going for a while. This has been the longest show I did. Almost went 5 hours. Damn, that's crazy. But yeah, but this will be a good cheat sheet. I'm actually gonna post this on my social media platforms once I put this one out. But there's a lot of clippable stuff on here, man. Hopefully you guys had an amazing time. Like I said, you see how long this live stream was. I put a lot of work into this because my ultimate goal for Black women is definitely trying to help. And hopefully you got that message from here, and also trying to, I guess, put a better product out there for Black men who are doing the work. We already focused on the Black men, and now it's time to focus on the Black women. Okay? So hopefully this helps, and we can kind of level set the conversation where Black men and Black women can come to an understanding, and you guys can see each other for the values that you bring to a relationship, the positive things. Okay? So yeah, this is amazing. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Again, thank you to everybody that stayed with me through the long run. 91 folks still in here. Man, everybody that sent in the super chats. I know y'all tired, but again, I appreciate it so much because, like I said, I may be doing these live streams every 2 weeks, but you will be getting consistent content out there. But yeah, it was definitely worth it. It gives me time to prep, put all my points in order, and it serves as a better product, once we get on the live stream. I appreciate this. Oh, shoot. This is super chat. My bad. The truth unfolded with the $10 bomb said for the almost 5-hour stream. Well, that's crazy, ain't it? Man, thank you, brother. And then Will, my guy, 99 bomb said, as always, thanks for all that you do. Man, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. You've been the show sponsor. All y'all, man, thank you for staying here and rocking with your boy. I greatly appreciate it. Oh, good. Goodness gracious. So yeah, I was Dante brought out into one more. It was a partnership one, but it was like an optional one. So we'll leave that one out there. We're gonna get out of here. But thank you, Dante Bryant, for the super chats and being active. Olawa, thank you for being active in the chat. I greatly appreciate y'all. If it wasn't for the chat, we wouldn't be able to do these shows, and have that back and forth. So hopefully I was able to shed some light for the ladies and give some room for improvement. We did the same thing for the guys. If you missed it, go back to my page. I broke them down into different clips. You can check it out. I think it was good. So let's see here. All right. Cool. Let me get that out of here. All right. So I'll leave y'all with what I got. Any music? Nah, I just do this quick one. I like playing this. Where is it? All right. Benny the Butcher. All right. So let's get out of here, man. Thank y'all again. God bless. Be safe. Go to the gym. Eat healthy. And until next time, Medium Man out. Peace. Once again, God bless. Thank y'all.
Who are these niggas? I think they all overrated. I think they all are outdated. I'm independent, but they think that I'm sounding shady because my jewelry look like I made it. Who are these niggas? I think they all overrated. I think they all are outdated. I'm independent, but they think that I'm sounding shady because my jewelry look like I made it.